such appearance since 1989. The North Carolina Tar Heels erupted for an early lead and blew past the Maryland Terrapins into a bid for their 8th consecutive league championship and a possible berth in the NCAA tournament. It's the Blue Devils taking on North Carolina on the Heels' home turf. Coming up next in the ACC Lacrosse Championship. Coast Conference presents the 1995 Men's Lacrosse Championship. Today from Betzer Field on the campus of the University of North Carolina, it's the title game featuring the Duke Blue Devils and the North Carolina Tar Heels. It is a Sunday afternoon in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. A little bit of rain, but not enough to affect the play this afternoon. As you see, the Duke Blue Devils, North Carolina Tar Heels warming up, both teams eager to claim this year's ACC Lacrosse title. Hello, everyone. I'm Dave Johnson, along with Willie Stroggs, and welcome to the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship. Again, Duke upset the top seed Virginia to advance to the final this afternoon, and North Carolina upset over Maryland. So two teams coming off upset victories. And what do you expect from these two clubs this afternoon, Willie?
Well, Dave, they were upsets, but not great upsets. I think this is going to be as intense a lacrosse game as there's going to be played this year, because anytime Duke and Carolina get together in any sport, it's going to be wild.
All right, now, how do you tell these two teams apart? What should we look for difference-wise?
I think anticipating the game, you got to think that Duke is going to want to control the tempo a little slower. North Carolina likes to play a little bit more tempo, a lot more possessions in the game. It'll be interesting to see which team can inflict their will on the other.
All right, let's talk about the Duke Blue Devils at first, and certainly a player we have to start out with is a guy named Scott Harrison. He can certainly get the points for the Duke Blue Devils.
I've really been impressed with Scott this year. He's an attackman, and Mike has really done a great job. He's moved him up into the midfield facing off. He's a pretty versatile kid. He's a key for him today.
All right, now always, I think in this kind of situation, goaltenders are very important. Joe Kerms are for the Duke Blue Devils.
In a championship game, it's the goalkeeper has the most impact on the game. Both goalkeepers, and Joe for the Dukes, if he can play great today, it's going to really help him.
All right, now for the North Carolina Tar Heels, it was a 14-9 win over the Maryland Terrapins on Friday in the semifinals. 4 goals came from this gentleman, Wendell Turnbull.
Well, Merrill Turnbull is a young sophomore. If you looked at Merrill, he looks like a little librarian-type kid. He's really tough. I think he's been the reason that North Carolina has gotten steadier and steadier as Merrill has become a better and better player for him.
Okay, get a career 4 goals for him in the semifinals. Now, Rocco DeAndrea is the goalie for the North Carolina Tar Heels. What about his play?
Well, again, the goalkeeper in a championship game, and this is for a championship, the goalkeeper position is really important. If one of them plays better than they're capable, that's really going to be a key. Rocco needs to play big for the Tar Heels today.
Okay, so indeed we'll be looking for the goaltenders and see how they play this afternoon. It is the ACC Lacrosse title on the line this afternoon from Betzer Field, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The Duke Blue Devils having one of their best seasons since the late 80s against the North Carolina Tar Heels. The Tar Heels going after their 8th straight ACC title. We're coming back with it from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Stay with us.
ACC Sports Sunday is brought to you by Continental, the official airline of the Atlantic Coast Conference, and by Discus Athletics, an official corporate partner for the Atlantic Coast Conference.
A solid retirement savings program includes U.S. savings bonds. They're the safe and easy way to save for your later years.
U.S. savings bonds.
History teaches primordial perspiration shouldn't mess with one's style. Consider this powerful discovery. Right Guard Pure Power Clear Gel. An astoundingly clear gel. Thus, it goes on clear without any flaky white stuff, protecting one powerfully. For when it comes to protection, one shouldn't mess around. Right Guard Clear Gel. Anything less would be uncivilized.
prices in Mexico than any other U.S. airline. It's more airline for your money.
You ready?
Yep.
What's this? We're playing on clay.
Right back.
It's mixed double.
Oh.
Outdoor court.
Is activewear becoming too specialized for you? Try Discus Athletic. Heavyweight sweats and tees. Just change your clothes once. Discus Athletic, the way America plays.
Dave Johnson along with Willie Scroggs back at Fetzer Field, the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship between the Duke Blue Devils and the North Carolina Tar Heels. Take a look at the starting lineups for this afternoon's contest. First for the Duke Blue Devils, on attack, Scott Allen, Scott Harrison, and also James Heavey. In the midfield, Joe Ganella, Ross Moscatelli, and Steve Fennell. At the back, Ross Thompson, Tyler Hardy, David Stilley, and Joe Kermser starts in goal for the Duke Blue Devils. For the North Carolina Tar Heels, Brendan Perry up front, along with the Merrill Turnbull and Mark Phillips. In the midfield, Usman Green, Jude Collins, and Jason Wade, Steve Schreiber, Tim Fox, and also in the back, Pete Murphy. And the goal this afternoon, Rocco D'Andrea for the North Carolina Tar Heels. The officials for this afternoon's contest, Al Sadler, Mike Calver, Tony Cullen, and Steve Dell. And you look at the history between the North Carolina Tar Heels and the Duke Blue Devils. The Tar Heels with a decisive advantage in the history department on the Duke Blue Devils. In fact, the Tar Heels has beaten Duke 12 straight times, and the Cerny series now 6-1. Overall, though, 32-5. So the Tar Heels with a bit of an advantage, but that's why they played on the field this afternoon. And certainly this is a Duke Blue Devils team that is fired up after a 17-10 win over Virginia, the top seed in the tournament, to advance here to the finals, Boyd.
Dave, I haven't seen Duke play as well as they played this year. They've really played great this season.
The North Carolina Tar Heels in the white jerseys. It will be the Duke Blue Devils in the blue jerseys. And right away, the North Carolina Tar Heels, Jude Collins comes up with it, and the Tar Heels will start to reset.
Field's going to be a little slick. We've had a little bit of rain, but I don't think it's going to be a big factor.
Usman Green comes into the box, and the Tar Heels get the first opportunity to attack. Just underway for the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship.
That's an unforced error, Dave. You don't like to see that. Neither team likes to see that kind of thing. The Tar Heels just passed the ball out of bounds, and it's tough to recover and have anything if you're just going to throw the ball out of bounds.
Possession will go for the Duke Blue Devils, so they get a bit of an opportunity to get things started.
Dave, a lot of times each team will come out with a set play in their first possession. Let's see if Duke comes down and gets into something really set to try and get a good shot initially.
Tyler Hardy, one of the defensemen.
Tar Heels are chasing them around a little bit. They may cause a turnover.
Bit of a press. Joe Kermser, the goalie, he's under pressure. David Stilley.
Duke did a good job. They worked the ball out.
John Shea working it upfield for the Duke Blue Devils. Matt Oglesby gets a shot off and a save made by Rocco D'Andrea, so he's tested early.
Dave, it's key in a sport with a goalkeeper, ice hockey, for the goalkeeper to get the first save on a shot.
Good stick check from behind. The Duke Blue Devils will gain possession once again against Duke in the dark jerseys. Nice work to get it out there, Ross Thompson. And quickly, the Duke Blue Devils work it upfield. Matt Oglesby.
That's a good job by Duke. Kyle Durkee didn't realize someone was coming in from behind him. Duke's got a shot here.
Steve Fennell takes that shot, and into the crease, Rocco D'Andrea comes up with it for the North Carolina Tar Heels. So quickly, Duke playing with the same passion that we saw on Friday against Virginia.
Duke has not slowed down. They've come out twice now and brought it right to the cage. Let's see if they try and keep that up for the entire game.
Kyle Durkee with the ball in a regular season victory over Duke. He had 3 goals, 4 points, so he likes playing against the Duke Blue Devils.
He had a great game the last time these two teams played. He shot the ball really well. He's got a real good shot. Let's see if the Tar Heels have an opener now, as they call it.
Tar Heels.
They got the ball isolated down the wing here with Spencer Deering. Big tall kid. They've moved into the midfield. He's looking for some cutters, but he'll work for his own shot or try and draw.
Spencer Deering continues to work. Around the back
Duke's
of the cage.
doing a pretty good job.
Deering maintains possession, looking for some daylight. Will take the shot. North Carolina maintains possession. Another opportunity and a goal. It's in the net.
That was Brendan Carey.
Gets the goal for North Carolina, and they go up 1-0.
That was kind of interesting. Spencer Deering took a shot, and I think the Duke defender thought the ball was going to go through, was running to the back line. And watch number 9 back this play up. Spencer Deering's going to shoot it. Number 9 backs it up, and no one has him. He just runs around the goal and shoots it in.
Brendan Carey gets a nice, crisp ocean shot, as you pointed out. Case of being in the right position, and he was. And
In the
no
right
hesitation
position.
on his part to take that shot on the face-off. The North Carolina Tar Heels come up with it. We just had a look at the head coach, Dave Klarman of the North Carolina Tar Heels. Mike Pressler is the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils. Usman Green.
Facing off is the key. Tar Heels have won 2 of them, but they haven't gotten breaks off the face-off. That's a key. Usman Green taking it right to the goal.
And he does. Gets the shot off the sideline.
In lacrosse, it's the closest person to the ball when it goes out of bounds on a shot.
Look at Mike Pressler, the Duke coach in his 5th season.
Dave, Mike's done a great job at Duke. He's really brought a toughness to him, and a great organization, great intensity.
Brendan Carey now for the North Carolina
Brendan
Tar
brings
Heels.
it right in.
He brings it right in once again. Duke in the dark jerseys, UNC, the North Carolina Tar Heels in the white jerseys.
They call Brendan Carey for being in the crease. Now, he may have been pushing him, but you can push a guy in the crease, and that's a turnover, change of possession. The ball goes to Duke on a clear.
And the Duke Blue Devils, the 4th seed in this ACC tournament. The North Carolina Tar Heels, the 3rd seed. Both are closely ranked nationally. North Carolina 8, Duke 7. Another example of the ACC strength in a lot of sports, and that certainly is the case in the sport of lacrosse. Duke Blue Devils. Jim Ganella working it.
Number 9 is Scott Moscatelli. He's got a number change. He is number 22 normally. He is a great shooter.
Ross Moscatelli, nice feed into the middle. Ganella with a shot.
That's a real good look.
Wide, and it will be Duke's possession as, once again, you see Scott Harrison winning the race to the end line.
That's a great look by Ross Moscatelli to Jimmy Ganell's right hand on a cut, and I think that may have been a set look, a set play.
Scott Harrison under pressure, and Rocco DeAndrea, the goalie for the North Carolina Tar Heels, comes up with it. It's 1-0 Carolina on top of Duke. We have 11:19 left in the first quarter of play. Remember, it's 4 15-minute quarters in the sport of lacrosse.
A clearing pass. Duke did a good job of not conceding it. They got the ball on the ground and checked it out of the Tar Heel stick. Mark Phillips was trying to make a play on it. Pretty good play by Duke, not conceding the clear. Again, though, I think the Tar Heels have done a pretty good job on some shots by Duke by getting some poke checks in there and taking a little bit off that initial shot.
John Fay will put the ball in possession back to his goalie, Joe Kermser. And the Duke Blue Devils look to come upfield once again, trailing 1-0.
Duke cleared the ball pretty easily by being patient, stick working it out.
Jim Ganella sends it back out of the box to Matt Oglesby. Oglesby.
This is the man for Duke in the midfield, Matt Oglesby, number 28. He is a terrific player, definitely All-American candidate. Watch this.
Oglesby comes into the middle, a soft shot that Rocco DeAndrea was able to handle. I think it was partially blocked.
I think it was again. The Tar Heels got a stick in there and took something off the shot, and he wasn't able to put all of it on the shot. Duke again doing a great job of not conceding the clear.
Jason Sanders had trouble in midfield for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Scramble for the possession.
The ball is off a Duke stick in that fight for the ground ball. Tar Heels have possession, bringing it in. But Duke's done a good job of not conceding the clear.
Spencer Deering will put it in play for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Now, Dave, Spencer was an attackman, and he is, pretty good with the ball. I'm not sure now if he's in on attack or if he's in on midfield. He's got a close defenseman playing him. We'll have to see how the matchups are here.
Deering just inside of the box now, looking to come in the middle, but we have whistles all over the field.
They're calling warding off on Spencer Deering. Means he used his off arm to ward the defensive man's stick off. Oh, my goodness. All right.
Well, the Duke Blue Devils.
That's a long cross-field pass. It didn't have a lot of mustard on it.
Tyler Hardy, but a nice feed to Ganella. They work it inside. It's in the net, and a goal for James Heavey of the Duke Blue Devils to equalize.
That was a great look. It was all started by the diagonal pass. They were able then to hit a break-in midfielder who hit a breaking attackman. That's like full field fast break. 15 Ganella bringing in and hit number 7's right hand on the opposite side.
James Heavey is able to come up with a goal.
He'll draw a defenseman, and it's 3-on-2 inside. That's a great play by Duke. Great play by pushing the ball up the field.
So with 10:07 left in the first quarter of play, we have a tie game 1-1 between the Duke Blue Devils and North Carolina Tar Heels. Jude Collins to face off for the North Carolina Tar Heels. That's Ed Fay.
North Carolina will face off a couple kids where Duke doesn't have as many that they can throw in on the face-off.
Brendan Carey at the top of the box, steps back out. He's under pressure for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
One thing you have to like is Duke is really pressing the ball out in front and not letting North Carolina bring it under control.
The Tar Heels, Brendan Carey on the left side. Now to Usman Green.
A lot of teams are playing more inverted stuff where they're bringing attackmen out front and midfielders down underneath. North Carolina's got a little bit of a mismatch now with an attackman on a midfielder. Mark Phillips will see if he can do something, and he loses possession. There's going to be a delayed penalty here, probably a hold.
Phillips works it out front to Green. Green will take the shot, a crisp one, but Kerms was able to come up with it, but a penalty flag.
There'll be a penalty, and in lacrosse, if you gain possession and have a penalty, you've got the advantage. North Carolina have a 30-second, I believe, or let's see if he may have called a slash.
Clay Curtis in there on defense. With Tyler Hardy, and Tyler Hardy gets called for.
He did call a major foul, a personal foul for 1 minute. So North Carolina have a man advantage for 1 minute. And Dave, normally teams will move the ball around to try and move the defense. They've got a minute, so they'll take their time here, I think.
Duke very good, though, in the man-down situations. They only allow goals about 30% of the time. So this will be a difficult challenge, even though
30% is kind of the yardstick. You want to be at least 30% on man up and even under that on your man down. North Carolina cutting. Good job by Duke by getting a stick in there.
Spencer Deering pass is batted away. The Blue Devils, players tumbling, scramble at midfield.
Duke's come up with a great ground ball and coming out of their defensive end.
Jason Goger came up with that ground ball. And now the Duke Blue Devils been working. Alex Witt. To the end line.
They tried to hit a breaking guy. He kind of got tangled up and went down, but I think Matt Ogilvie was looking for a left-handed cutter on the opposite side, and he kind of fell down, or he'd have been wide open, I think.
8:26 left here. In the first quarter play, 1-1 the score between the North Carolina Tar Heels and the Duke Blue Devils. Possession goes back to Duke.
If you're keeping track of unforced errors, there's number 2 for North Carolina, throwing the ball out of bounds. I know Coach Klarman would like to pull his hair out of his head because that's just a pass and a catch. And at this level, you got to be able to throw the ball to your teammates.
Duke Blue Devils will put it in possession. Ed Fay.
Duke a little isolation down on the wing.
Back to Fay.
The guy with the ball will try and wrinkle and go a little bit, and if he can draw, he'll look for the dump off.
This is Scott Harrison. You have to watch him. He gets it close right in front of the
Scott Harrison did a great job.
Stripped to the ball, and now the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Scott Bulkley, I think, with the ball coming down the field. Guy behind him. Second time that's happened.
Stripped from behind by Greg Erdman. Over to Tyler Hardy, who set up that first goal for the Duke Blue Devils.
Again, Duke not conceding a clear. Checking the ball from behind.
1-1 is our score.
They've got a little situation here.
Right back in the middle. Muscatelli gets the goal. It's in the net. Ross Muscatelli puts the Duke Blue Devils in front for the first time this afternoon.
Now, Dave, that play was caused by the turnover at the other end and getting a second possession in a row. They got 2 good offensive possessions, and you can't give good teams offensive possessions before you get an offensive possession. So North Carolina's going to talk about it, I think. This guy comes in from behind.
That's Greg Erdman.
Unsuspecting. Ball goes on the ground, and watch this guy suck this ball off the ground.
Again, Greg Erdman.
He makes a crossfield, and the ball's down the field.
Muscatelli with a shot.
Now, Ross Muscatelli is one of the best shooters in college lacrosse. He is a goal scorer. I think if you look at his stats, you'll see that he's got many more goals than assists. It means he's a shooter.
Look at head coach Mike Pressler around his Duke Blue Devils squad as they get the lead for the first time with 7:30 left here in the first quarter of play. So once again, Duke, this is their best season since 1987. So this is a team that really seems like it's the year for this program.
They're doing a good job, and I think Coach Klarman called that timeout to talk about getting caught from behind, maybe coming under control, and Duke's not coming under control. And there are 2 times that the Tar Heels have brought the ball down the field and lost possession when maybe you shouldn't lose possession in those cases, and you're giving Duke more chances than North Carolina's getting.
And we talk about the pedigree of this North Carolina Tar Heel program. They're going for their 8th straight ACC title and also 16th straight NCAA appearance.
They're wonderful accomplishments, and you know, North Carolina does not want this string to be broken, particularly here at Fetzer Field.
Jason Sanders, the face-off of the North Carolina Tar Heels. Marcus Molman for the Duke Blue Devils. 2-1 the score. The Duke Blue Devils on top of the North Carolina Tar Heels. Again, North Carolina in the home white. The Duke Blue Devils in the blue jerseys.
North Carolina doing a terrific job facing off again, but they're not getting any situations off the face-offs. Duke playing them rough and tough with the ball. Look at this.
Sanders gets it stick checked away. We have a penalty flag.
We're going to have a minute foul, I believe. We're going to have a slashing call. He slashed our North Carolina's number 11, I believe.
Jason Sanders, number 11, coming in there for North Carolina, and that.
I don't think it was a real vicious penalty, but he must have hit him in the head. And sometimes you can't hear that. The plastic stick on the plastic helmet doesn't make a noise, but it is a foul. North Carolina, again, second extra man opportunity. They got nothing the first time.
Jason Goger, the guilty party on that occasion. Usman Green, they working behind the cage. The North Carolina Tar Heels again. Extra man situation.
You'll see a cutting action now. They're just throwing the ball around. But eventually there'll be some movement. There'll be some cutting to try and move the Duke defense.
That's Spencer Deering, who works well behind the cage. It was one Green now.
This is a little carry play.
Deering. Right side. Crisp shot taken on the play by Kyle Durkee.
That kind of action on an extra man is called a carry, where one boy will carry the ball and try and draw the defense away, and then they'll reverse it and try and get a guy down low. Little 2-on-1 look right here.
Deering trying to get the feet in the middle. It's intercepted by Tyler Hardy. Hardy, the big stick, coming forward, crosses midfield now.
There are big plays on extra man defense when you can intercept a pass or knock a pass on the ground. Big plays. Stops the entire extra man play when you can do that.
James Heavey now for the Duke Blue Devils. 6:15 left in the first quarter of play. Duke on top 2-1. Heavey, right corner of the box, brings it behind the cage.
Again, this is a midfielder isolating behind, looking for cutting action. He's got a left-handed cutter.
Ganella takes the shot. Tim Ganella for the Duke Blue Devils. It'll be possession for Duke.
That's real good action. A little cut on the inside and rubbed the defender off and got his left hand free. Jimmy Ganella missed the goal, but he had a great opportunity right there.
Again, Duke on top here on North Carolina, 2-1 in the first quarter of play, with plenty of time in this contest. Good look at Rocco DeAndrea, the goalie for the North Carolina Tar Heels. John Fay with it momentarily for the Duke Blue Devils.
Dave, I sense already the Duke is playing with a little bit more tempo. I think they're trying to take the game to North Carolina and establish it and get some goals. Here's another little dodge and dump.
Matt Oglesby now for the Duke Blue Devils, trying to work it to James Heavey. It's batted away. I believe that was Scott Bulkley.
Scott Bulkley got a piece of it. That was a good look by Matt Oglesby. He went diagonal. North Carolina was sliding, and they doubled the ball. They slid. They did a good job, and Scott Bulkley did a good job knocking that pass down.
Scott Harrison in the corner for the Duke Blue Devils to put it in play. 5:31 left in the first quarter. Feed to Matt Oglesby. Oglesby has some trouble with it. Loses the stick, penalty flag.
That's a foul. Now that's one that you earned right there. That is a foul. That's a Division I foul.
You could hear that one.
You see down the replay. I think he breaks the stick over Matt Ogilvy's head.
1 minute per classic.
There you see it. That's Steve Schreiber.
I hope he's all right, but it looks a lot worse than it is. These kids are big and strong, and the equipment is pretty protective. But Steve Schreiber earned that foul.
You talking about you expected a physical game. Is that what you think you've seen so far?
Not really. Not really. Not as physical as it might get right now. I think both teams are kind of feeling out. Duke is playing with a little bit more intensity than North Carolina. Now, North Carolina's man down. Let's see if Duke can get their play. Oh, my goodness.
Inside, it's in the net. A goal for the Duke Blue Devils. The Blue Devils go up by 2, and they get it on the extra man situation.
That's a little carry play, too, where Oglesby's going to carry the ball right-handed, and he bypasses, a skip pass as we call it, and hits a guy coming from behind. Watch number 16, sneaks in behind the defense.
That's Scott Harrison.
Number 15, Jim Ganella.
Harrison, the leading scorer for the Duke Blue Devils.
Now watch him carry the ball a little bit and draws a defender and comes underneath, skips a pass, and that's what they were looking for, and they got it. That's real good action.
That's an extra man goal.
Extra man goal for Scott Harrison, so Duke does take advantage
Duke's
of their extra man situation.
Duke's up 3-1 right now, and they've earned their goals, and they've been hustling between the restraining lines. Here's another ground ball, Duke, between the lines, a technical foul. We've got a hold on Duke, a loose ball situation, so the possession will go to North Carolina. Look how fast, Dave, they get this ball in play. They don't waste any time now of restarting plays.
Jude Collins now for the North Carolina Tar Heels to Usman Green, as the Tar Heels now find themselves suddenly down by 2 goals. Brendan Carey. Good pressure put on by the defense.
Good job by Duke of chopping the ball on the ground.
And the Blue Devils, Alex Whitten, able to come up with it.
Merrill tried to get closer and possibly should have taken the first shot that he had and tried to get a little better shot. But Duke did a good job of covering up on the inside.
Tyler Hardy. Pass goes behind Alex Whitten, but the Duke Blue Devils recover. Blue Devils stay on the attack.
Dave, look, that was an errant pass by Duke, but it rolled right to another Duke player. Sometimes the ball bounces your way.
Steve Aherns now for the Duke Blue Devils. Right side of the box. They lead 3-1 with 4:10 left. In the first quarter of play, ACC Championship on the line this afternoon at Fetzer Field. We're in Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
We're in another ISO situation with a midfielder behind the goal. Another midfielder behind the goal. Duke will try and ISO a little bit, and if they draw a double, they'll look to pass off. This is more the set offense that I was expecting from Duke, Dave.
They have Scott Harrison in the middle. The feed to Harrison, and Rocco DeAndrea cuts down the angle.
That's what they're looking for. They got cutting action on the inside, and they popped the guy loose. That's a great opportunity that they didn't can.
Steve Aherns once again for the Blue Devils. Now to Ed Fay.
And he's going to do the same thing on this side of the cage. A little back and forth. Look for cutters.
Usman Green stick checking him. Ed Fay. Aaron pass. And the flag goes up.
They're calling a hold on the North Carolina Usman Green. Let's see what kind of hold. You can't hold with your stick.
It's Ed Fay for Duke.
So right there when he wraps, I mean, they could have called a variety of things right there. The lesser was a hold.
That'll, nice wake-up call, right in the chops.
Well, they'll let you wrap, Dave, if you get that wrap check in and out. But if it goes in and kind of stays there. Now, here's a 30-second play for Duke again. Let's see if they do that same little carry action. I think it's a real good play that Duke has.
So they're successful before. John Fay, as they work it around.
Oglesby carries. He throws it to the left-hander. They really didn't let it develop that time. They're in a 1-4 set.
Moscatelli takes the shot. It's in the net. Ross Moscatelli gets his second goal of the afternoon, and it's 4-1 Duke on top of North Carolina.
Now, Dave, that's a shot you can't prevent, but he puts it right where he had to, low and away, off cage. I think they were trying the same play, but now they just throw it back to Ross Moscatelli's left hand, and look at this shot, low and away.
Moscatelli from Fay at 12:02.
Once again, Fay behind the cage gets it out to Ross Moscatelli, and Moscatelli.
That's low and away with mustard on it. I mean, that ball was moving.
Not much goalie Rocco DeAndrea could have done with that one for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
You just have to hope maybe he hits you with the ball.
Face-off turns into a bit of a scrum. The Duke Blue Devils.
Duke outstraps them, and now they've got a little bit of a situation. They're going to bring it right to the goal.
Matt Oglesby works it back. Opportunity.
I tell you, Rocco did a great job there. He stayed big, and the ball hit him that time, Dave.
Now the Duke Blue Devils will try to regroup after they almost got one on a quick run downfield.
I'm impressed with how Duke is bringing the ball right to the cage. And I think that's causing North Carolina some problems.
2:25 left here in the first quarter of play. Scott Harrison.
Now, Scott Harrison was on the midfield, but he is an attackman, and he's got a midi playing him, so he's going to try and dodge and dump. Good play by Timmy Price there, 37 for North Carolina, to get it on the ground.
They're working the other way to John Fay for the Duke Blue Devils.
John's being played by John Fay's got the ball on a freshman midfielder for North Carolina. May have fouled him. Didn't call anything.
Stripped of the ball. They're scrambled now.
Now, it's important to win these scraps. They're going to call a foul on somebody, probably Carolina. They're calling a slash again.
So Carolina, right now, not getting any opportunities. It's basically staying.
Well, what happens when you don't win the ground ball and it stays on the ground, bad things can happen. And that time in North Carolina, number 13, Murphy, fouled the guy by chopping him. And now North Carolina, again, this may be 3 or 4 extra mans in a row. And they've scored on their last two, I think.
was just going to say, they've now 2 for 2 the last 2 anyway. Dave Klarman, very frustrated, obviously, on the sideline. Ross Moscatelli, who just got the last goal for the Duke Blue Devils. And now the Blue Devils, you'll see them working around.
I think Duke's got a real good extra man play.
Moscatelli, and that went off of somebody's stick. Scrambled at midfield.
Now, Dave, that shot is not the shot that Duke wants in that situation. I can tell you that. And they call a push on Duke, and now it's a turnover. All caused, I think, by taking a shot you shouldn't have taken. And the reason I say that is because you can get that shot any time on extra man, so you really want to work for the high percentage shot.
They rushed that. It seemed like they came right out and took a shot from way out in front of the box. Jude Collins will put it in play now for the North Carolina Tar Heels. So for a change, hey, nice move. Joe Kerbser.
Jude Collins, we call that a cloaking move. He kind of disappeared on him and got around him.
North Carolina Tar Heels.
Look at Duke doing a great job of not conceding anything.
Jude Collins once again puts it out front to Sanders. He can't come up with it, and now the Duke Blue Devils on the counterattack. Tim Ganella racing upfield. Ganella leaves it back. Opportunity here for Scott Harrison. Goes to the end line, and it should be Duke Blue Devil possession.
Duke had a great opportunity right then. North Carolina did a good job of taking something off that shot, but he should have gotten a little bit more on that ball.
54 seconds left in the first quarters. Look at Dave Klarman once again.
Dave, Duke's taking the play to North Carolina. There's no question. They're taking the play to North Carolina.
They're out shooting the North Carolina Tar Heels 14-7, and that was Ross Moscatelli going Air Jordan moves.
He can shoot the ball.
And not afraid to, obviously.
Well, shooters are like basketball players. I mean, they got to get their shots.
Blue Devils put it in play. Steve Fennell, he skids along the Fetcher Field turf. Stripped of the ball.
There was a delayed call there, but it was against Duke for a hold. North Carolina's got a situation.
Jason Sanders for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Oh, I don't know. They may call something here, too.
And they do. Flags go up left, right, and center. And
they're going to call push with possession. North Carolina will have a 30-second.
So North Carolina gets the extra man situation.
There's only 22 seconds in the quarter, Dave. Now, I think North Carolina's got to go ahead and take the play real quick, try and get a real quick one. They may go to an inside cut, see if they can get something real quick. If it's not there, though, to hold the ball and have possession of it to begin the the second quarter.
Usman Green will put it in play for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Again, they have the extra man situation.
They're in a 3-3. Everybody's out in front of the goal. They're going to try and work it around. North Carolina's got one more guy than Duke does.
Spencer Deering, top of the box. Durkee, now Green.
There's that cut to the inside. He looked. He wasn't there. Now they should maybe just hold on to it. They should just hold on to it.
Spencer Deering takes the shot. Bounces high.
Now this is going to, well, I don't know. They're calling face-off here. And I'm going to tell you that is a costly mental error if they could have just held that ball.
With that, though, the first quarter expires for the Duke Blue Devils in front of the North Carolina Tar Heels 4-1. We're coming back with more of the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship. Stay with us.
Hi, may I help you?
Yeah, I need some shorts to play basketball.
Indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
Full court or half court?
Half, I guess.
Pick up or play. Shirts or skin?
Excuse me?
Day or night, home or away, team or one-on-one?
Is activewear becoming too specialized for you? Try Discus Athletic. Heavyweight sweats and tees. The activewear that's right for however you play. Discus Athletic. The way America plays.
Horse or pig?
History teaches primordial perspiration shouldn't mess with one's style. Consider this powerful discovery. Red Guard Pure Power Clear Gel. An astoundingly clear gel. Thus, it goes on clear without any flaky white stuff, protecting one powerfully. For when it comes to protection, one shouldn't mess around. Red Guard Clear Gel. Anything less would be uncivilized.
The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best. Marinated designated charbroiled chicken in a family restaurant. For private parties and catering, call the Chicken Place restaurant for all your needs. The Chicken Place specializes in chicken and beef the way you like it. The Chicken Place in Wheaton also has fresh seafood. The Chicken Place is your home for good food with low cholesterol, low fat, and low calories. The Chicken Place restaurant and carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best.
Hello, folks. This is your pest, Benny the Bug. You know those guys from Federal Pest Control like to get rid of me. Don't call them unless you want to make me unwelcome at your house.
For prompt service and guaranteed results at competitive prices, call 1-800-244-5131. The exterminators at Federal Pest Control are thorough, polite, and ready to roll. Call 1-800-244-5131. Send your pest problems packing. Call Federal Pest Control today.
I hate those guys at Federal Pest Control.
Dave Johnson, Willie Scruggs back at Fetzer Field, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship. Teams back at even strength, 4-1 the score. Duke in front of North Carolina. Usman Green with a shot, but Joe Kermser, the Duke goalie, comes up with it.
Joe made a great save. Now, North Carolina, while we've been gone, has won a face-off and had 3 good shots, and now Duke is coming right down to shoot with their best player,
Matt Oglesby.
Matt Oglesby.
Crunched to the turf.
Here's a ground ball that looks like it's going to be Carolina ball.
Was pursuing for the Duke Blue Devils, but the possession goes to North Carolina. Really, what do you think? Now, North Carolina at this point down by 3 goals.
I think Coach Klarman probably told him to take the ball to the goal more because it's hard to score if you don't shoot. And I don't know what the stats were, but North Carolina, what is this? I think 7 shots in the first quarter.
Right.
You can't score many goals if you're going to shoot the ball 7 times. You'd like to have those shot totals up around 20 a quarter.
And Duke converted 2 of their 3 extra man situations, so that certainly helped the Duke Blue Devils get this 3-goal lead.
Duke did a great job on extra man. Now North Carolina clears the ball. They got to keep 2 guys back because 2 guys are over. Jonathan Fox is going to try and find somebody to throw it to. Duke's doing a great job of not conceding the clear.
Fox still with possession of it. And now we have a whistle.
I hate this call. I hate this call in lacrosse because Dave Klarman used a timeout to save a possession because he thought maybe his defensive guy was in trouble, and he used, I think, a valuable timeout because they weren't working real hard to get the ball from a defensive kid.
John Fox was the defensive player that had possession of the ball for it seemed like about 30 seconds.
And Duke had a defensive player on him, and they were shutting off everybody else, and Dave probably felt like, hey, we may lose possession. I'm going to use one of my timeouts. It burns, I think, valuable timeout when you do something like that. But Duke, give them credit, made North Carolina use a timeout. They didn't give them anything. North Carolina is not getting any situations as they come down the field.
So Mike Presley, the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils, certainly has to be pleased with that. Again, Duke advanced to this final with a 17-10 win over Virginia. It was North Carolina defeating Maryland at 14-9 in the semifinals. And again, both these teams hoping to make the NCAA tournament.
The impressive thing is they allow 1 goal in a quarter. 1 goal, that's 4 goals for a game. If they can do that, North Carolina's going to be in trouble. We'll inbounds the ball with the possession at North Carolina and see if North Carolina, Dave, comes out of this timeout with a set play. And sometimes those set plays are a wrinkle and a kind of an inside cut, and they'll try and get the ball to somebody inside.
Back in the cage, Brendan Carey will start things for the North Carolina Tar Heels. He's under heavy pressure.
All right, that was a look. They were trying to get a backside.
Ross Thompson with the pressure on that occasion against Brendan Carey. Scramble for the ground ball.
Duke winning the... Watch this. You can't see it, but he's almost right on top of the goalkeeper.
So Ganilla to Scott Harrison to James Heavey. And suddenly it's a 4-goal lead in favor of the Duke Blue Devils. On the face-off, Jude Collins.
So North Carolina will take this right to the goal.
And Collins does. Kermser gets a stick on it.
Joe Kermser did a great job of getting his stick down, then back up to tip the ball wide.
Should point out the Duke Blue Devils are going after their first ACC title.
The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best. Marinated charbroiled chicken in a family restaurant. For private parties and catering, call the Chicken Place Restaurant for all your needs. The Chicken Place specializes in chicken and beef the way you like it. The Chicken Place in Wheaton also has fresh seafood. The Chicken Place is your home for good food with low cholesterol, low fat, and low calories. The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best.
Hello, folks. This is your pest, Benny the Bug. You know those guys in Federal Pest Control like to get rid of me. Don't call them unless you want to make me unwelcome at your house.
For prompt service and guaranteed results at competitive prices, call 1-800-244-5131. The exterminators at Federal Pest Control are thorough, polite, and ready to roll. Call 1-800-244-5131. Send your pest problems packing. Call Federal Pest Control today.
I hate those guys at Federal Pest Control.
Alex Whitten, the Duke player, in question to Matt Oglesby, and now it's like nothing happened.
2 errant passes by Duke, but they were missed, but went right to a Duke guy. North Carolina's thrown 2, and they've gone out of bounds.
John Fay now for the Duke Blue Devils. Harrison and Heavey in the middle.
He draws and dumps, and he's going to keep swinging the ball.
Matt
Oglesby. Look at this look.
Oh, he was trying to get it in close, I believe, to John Fay, who had cut the
He was trying to bypass and hit the down-low left-handed guy, but I think Rocco got a stick in there. He was a little far out for that play, Dave. Matt Oglesby that time.
Oglesby now with the ball once again, left side of the box with 11:22 left in the first half of play.
Now Duke can take some time. They can take some time.
Steve Fennell for the Duke Blue Devils. And indeed, they do work the clock with 11:09.
Now they got it with their best player isolated down the wing, and he'll try and wrinkle and look. So he's looking for a guy off cage.
Steve Fennell.
Steve Fennell's got a shot here.
In the middle, Rocco D'Andrea comes up with it. The rebound, though, Matt Oglesby controls right there to James Heavey. It's stick checked away from him. Now North Carolina has to work on the clear.
Look at this. They're not conceding anything, and North Carolina still doesn't have the ball out.
Usman Green is checked by Matt Oglesby. Now Duke Collins.
Duke is winning all the scraps for the ground ball, Dave.
And again, they do, and finally a whistle.
Duke calls a timeout right as they gain possession.
So the Blue Devils electrified by the play of the last 40 seconds. And with 10:32 left in this first half, Duke leads the North Carolina Tar Heels 5-1.
You don't have... Look at this. They are not going to concede anything. Look at 3 Duke guys around the ball, and the ball goes on the ground, and Duke's going to come up with it.
Oglesby is right there to send Usman Green to the Petzer Field turf. And it'll be Duke's possession when play resumes.
Dave, you don't have to know a lot about the game to just sense that Duke is really outplaying North Carolina. They're getting the more balls. They got more kids around ground balls. They're going north and south when they get it. North Carolina guys right now, I know, and Coach Klarman's telling them this, they're standing around watching, and right now they're watching Duke run up and down the field.
Well, if you compare to sports like hockey or soccer, in hockey they always say you have to win the play in the neutral zone. In soccer, you have to win the 50-50 balls. And in lacrosse, it's certainly the ground ball situations because that's where it's up for grabs, and that determines...
I would think the stats have got to decidedly have Duke in favor right now, ground ball-wise.
It'll be Duke's possession. The Blue Devils.
And here's a shooter. Here's a shooter.
And he takes a shot, but D'Andrea comes up with a save. And
Carolina's got it. They haven't gotten it out yet. Now, they've got a little bit of a break here, Dave. This is called a 5-on-4, but Duke covers up very well. Look around.
Durkee, let's see if he has the vision. And whips a shot just to the right of the cage. It'll be North Carolina's ball.
I think, though, that you may have wanted to be a little bit more patient and make them play defense for a while.
Phillips now. Mark Phillips of the North Carolina Tar Heels. Stick checked away. Tyler Hardy, the big stick defenseman, comes up with it.
Dave, Duke is playing solid. He back-checked the guy, knocked the ball on the ground, picked it up, cross-field pass. They haven't broken stride.
Now the North Carolina Tar Heels trying to get stride. Spencer Deering now. Do they have something to come up with here? But behind, the pass is loose, and now another scramble for a ground ball.
You can just sense, though, that North Carolina is just missing where the Duke Blue Devils are not missing with some plays.
And we have a whistle. That'll be Duke's possession.
That's North Carolina had possession and did not get it in control in their offensive area, so it was a violation, a 10-second violation.
Once again, once you pass midfield, you have 10 seconds to get it into the offensive box, otherwise the violation will start.
And they were unable to do it because Duke didn't concede the clear again.
And once again, if you get control in your own defensive box, you have 10 seconds to get it out of there.
That's correct. Those rules were implemented to try and speed up the game. Jimmy Gunnell is a great player, I think, for Duke.
Oglesby,
Oh,
working right to the James Heavey. Heavey gets a shot off, scramble just outside the crease. And now the race to the sideline, and it will be.
They're going to call that I guess they're going to call that a shot, but that was a great play by Duke, but also North Carolina covered up inside and chopped the ball on the ground. That was a good play. That was just good action both ways. Duke had a great advantage, though, and didn't can it, but that's pretty good cover defense by North Carolina.
8:54 left, first half of play. Duke on top of North Carolina, 5-1 again. Duke in the blue jerseys. North Carolina in the white, trimmed with what they like to call Carolina blue in these parts.
Well, we don't say it. It is Carolina blue, Dave.
Jude Collins for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Jude being played, he's played tough. They're not giving him anything unmolested.
Jason Wade now for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Now Jason's going to try and wrinkle on the side here and look around. Both teams are playing very similar, with midfielders trying to ISO off the goal line extended out on the wing areas. Here's another situation where they're going to try and ISO a little bit. Oh, he probably drew a foul, but no call.
Billy Walsh tries to put it back to Spencer Deering.
Maybe could have been a call, but that was a no call, so the official felt like he didn't make contact with his head. Brendan Carey broke it up. They may have something here.
Brendan Carey. Spencer Deering now for the North Carolina Tar Heels, but now the Duke defense is indeed back.
When those restarts, it happened so fast. The goalkeeper picked the ball up, they blew the whistle, and North Carolina blocked the initial pass. Now Spencer Deering will probably try and wrinkle here at the goal line, extended, and he runs into the crease.
He gets into the crease, again the circle you see on your screen around the goal. So Duke now, they're facing the press here from North Carolina.
And they break it fairly easily by throwing a diagonal pass. They got a guy underneath the defense already.
And once again, here come the Duke Blue Devils. Coming up field, opportunity there by John Fay. It'll be Duke's possession.
They had an opportunity where they maybe shouldn't have gotten one. A guy just ran down the field, and no one covered him. No one picked him up for the North Carolina.
The Blue Devils with possession. Ganella loose now. And the North Carolina Tar Heels.
But look at this. Duke is not conceding the clear.
Not conceding it, but the Tar Heels able to get it past midfield. Now Jude Collins using his speed. Collins slips.
Look how many Duke defenders make contact with him. 3 or 4 guys, and they're still banging the ball on the ground.
Harold Turnbull out to Usman Green.
He's got a little room here to wrinkle for his right hand. It was covered up well by Matt Oglesby. This is Merrill Turnbull, who has not had the ball. Again, the ball's checked on the ground.
Ganella comes up with it. He's looking ahead to Oglesby, and here comes that Duke counterattack that's been a problem. Oglesby, his shot sails over the crossbar.
It's going to be Duke possession on the shot. Oglesby did a great job of just bringing the ball to the goal. There's an injured player.
That's Usman Green, who was down on the turf. Watch it again.
What happens now is Matt Oglesby really's got nowhere to go, so he just kind of shoots it, and he draws contact from a bunch of people. He just kind of screwed himself where he had nowhere else to go, and so he did the next best thing is shoot it.
Well, he built up that head of steam as you...
Because it happened on a defensive situation that they caused. So I think Duke has done a good job. The game has not changed any.
We got a crowd on hand this afternoon at Fetzer Field, despite a little bit of rain falling in the Chapel Hill area. We just saw the huddle, the North Carolina huddle with Dave Klarman, the coach. What do you think he's saying at this point?
Well, Dave's trying to get his guys to regroup a little bit. Duke's got control of this game, and it's not the tempo that we may have thought. Duke is coming after North Carolina with the ball, and they're not conceding anything when they don't have the ball. And Dave right now has got to get his kids to the intensity level that Duke's playing.
On a clear situation.
The clear situation in this game, where this stat comes into play is if you can prevent some clears and get some turnovers. But Duke's clearing the ball successfully 15 out of 16 tries, and North Carolina only 9 of 14.
Usman Green.
Usman looks like he's going to get tangled up with his own guy right there. Look at that leg that kind of whips into his left leg. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it's just maybe hyperextended and not damaged badly. But that was caused by John Fox making contact with Matt Oglesby.
John Fox trying to defend Matt Oglesby as Oglesby coming right down the middle. The Duke Blue Devils will have possession behind the cage. Scott Harrison will put the ball in play for the Duke Blue Devils. Again, a look at Dave Klarman.
They'll let him clear the injured player. He is putting a little weight on it, so maybe it was just kind of hyperextended a little bit.
6:39 left in the first half of play. Again, Duke trying to win their first ACC title since 1954, and they're off to a strong start here in the first half of play. It's been a strong weekend for them. Keep in mind, during the regular season, they were 0-3 against ACC competition.
But all the games were, I think, very competitive. As I told you, not great upsets.
The Blue Devils on the possession, Steve Ahrens.
This is a familiar offense at the Division I level with midfielders handling the ball behind the goal or down low, just going back and forth. And if you don't play them, they'll bring it to the goal. And then when you cover up for that, they hit the open guy.
Ed Fay now for the Duke Blue Devils.
Now they can afford to take time because they've got the game where they want it.
Up by 4 goals. Kyle Durkee offers a challenge to Ed Fay. Spinning around, looking like he's trying to make a feed into the middle.
That's a little box fake. He pretended he threw the ball.
Had me going.
Look at this. Another pass goes over one Duke guy right to another guy. I mean, it's going Duke's way right now. Now, Duke is going to sub on the fly to get some fresh legs in the game, and North Carolina is not going to be able to.
Steve Ahrens for the Duke Blue Devils, as you alertly point out. Duke players into the contest, including Jim Ganella. In fact, Ahrens will check out, and Scott Allen comes into the contest for the Duke Blue Devils. Allen has the ball, left side of the box. Tar Heels try to step on the pressure. Allen into the middle. Duke can't get a shot off. Good defense there. On the part of the North Carolina Tar Heels.
One referee
get tangled up.
One referee's going to talk to the other and say, what is this call? And it either had to have been off a North Carolina player or they called that a shot. Duke gets possession no matter what it was, but the official
had the ball for Duke. Tim Price was there for North Carolina. Slipping his Ganella, and now the North Carolina Tar Heels look to form a counterattack.
So Jude Collins should throw this ball down to the attackman, but he shoots a very weak shot.
Kermser comes up with it, Joe Kermser.
Look at this, a ball again bouncing right to Duke.
Jim Ganella now. They would get past midfield. And once again, Duke with possession. And it will be still Duke ball.
Dave, on that possession that North Carolina just had, they did not get the kind of shot that they wanted. They took the first shot.
Mike Pressler, the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils. So a good hustle there on the part of Pete Murphy of North Carolina Tar Heels. But it will be possession to Duke with 4:30 left in the first half of play. 5-1. Duke in the blue jerseys on top of North Carolina.
Duke again will probably just take time now.
Nice move, gets a shot over to a goal for Alex Whitten. And the Blue Devils now have a 5-goal lead.
Dave, I can't tell you how important that possession that North Carolina lost. Duke would not have had the ball if North Carolina had done something good with it. This is a real good shot. Kind of hip high offside. This is a tough place for a goalie to get a ball off his hip, offside. Great shot.
You're essentially handcuffed in that position.
You are.
How much you can do it, and it's hard to get your body in front of it as well.
Thank you.
The face-off, Alex Witt with his first goal of the afternoon. So Duke now with a 6-1 lead. Scott Harrison, nice feed to Matt Oglesby. Here comes Oglesby to James Heavey.
Carolina did a nice job of covering up in that situation, and Duke did a great job of creating a little situation.
Scott Harrison.
The way the game is now, Dave, North Carolina's got to try and create situations by playing more aggressively on defense. And if you don't, you can be in trouble of giving up better situations to the Dukes on offense.
And losing time as well.
North Carolina needs to win face-offs and score, and not depend on taking the ball away from him and bringing it down and score.
Matt Oglesby still with the ball. 3:26 left in the first half. Duke with a 6-1 lead. That's the frustration for North Carolina. They yield the goal and they lose the face-off, and they're basically in a similar situation. Coming to the crease, the shot.
It was behind the net.
And Rocco DeAndrea.
Look at this, the ball.
They don't connect.
North Carolina is not connecting on passes. That's a pretty routine play, just a catch and throw.
David Stilley puts it back to Joe Kermser. Kermser's under pressure. As the trend continues, it'll land in a Duke stick, and it does. And here they come. Ross Moscatelli. Moscatelli coming upfield for the Duke Blue Devils. Stick checked away from behind. Now the ground ball.
It's who gets the ball off the ground that counts.
And once again, Duke Blue Devils able to handle that. And Matt Oglesby, the one they want to have the ball, he has it.
Dave, if you get the ball checked out of your stick, that's great, wonderful, but the secret is who's going to get it once it gets checked away from you. North Carolina's not winning them when they're checked away from them. They check away from Duke. Now they got, Matt just lost a handle on it, but he had a great situation. He's got a freshman on him. Mike Meyer was playing him. Good poke check by Jason Sanders, but Duke comes up with the ball.
Ganella, nice feed to Scott Harrison.
I don't know.
He had a large slice of goal to put that ball
I don't know how he missed the cage.
Obviously,
nobody's playing the best player on Duke's team. Look at this.
Right to James Heavey. Rocco DeAndrea may have gotten a stick on it. The goal lead for
North Carolina is all out of whack. They just inbounds the ball with the best player on Duke's team, and no one from North Carolina picked him up.
Jim Ganella will put the ball in play for Duke. We see substitutions made for both teams. 1:50 left in the first half of play. 6-1 the score. Dave Johnson along Willie Scroggs at Fester Field for the 95 ACC Lacrosse Championship. Moscatelli takes the shot. DeAndrea has a bit of trouble with it.
That was a little change-up he took, but Rocco stayed with it.
And John Fox did well to protect his goalie.
So North Carolina's not out yet. Look at this. They still haven't gotten the ball clear.
Well, the Tar Heels, Kyle Durkee, who had a big regular season game against the Duke Blue Devils with 3 goals and a point. Maybe you'll look for him to step things up as he has possession of the ball for the Tar Heels. Brendan Carey now. Carey directing traffic. The Tar Heels. Brendan Carey. Shot is blocked. Moscatelli comes up with it for Duke, and now Joe Kermser under some pressure. Jim Ganella, and there's a penalty flag. It'll be against Brendan Carey.
It'll be a delayed call. They'll give him the opportunity for a situation. As long as they keep possession in the box.
And he steps out of the box.
He just ran out of the box with the ball.
And Ganella, you see his frustration as he slams the ball down on the turf.
I don't think they can fine kids on the college level, but if he was a professional, they would have fined him for running out of the box with the ball.
Well, he did a wonderful job to traverse that much territory, get it all the way upfield. And
he must have not known there was a delayed penalty or a penalty with a flag down, or he wouldn't have done that. But they could have had as much time as they could have had possession to get a free shot.
So extra man situation for the Duke Blue Devils.
Now, Dave, the last time Duke took a very quick shot, I'm gonna bet my ranch they're gonna work that little carry play with Matt Oglesby carrying the ball for his right hand and trying to throw it back across the defense.
Scott Allen puts it in play. Ganella to Allen. Continue to work around out front to Scott Harrison. He takes a one-hopper that Rocco D'Andrea is able to scoop up. This is Fox now for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Now, JUCOM should be able to punt return this ball out, as we say. This is a punt return.
And he's trying to do just that. Matt Oglesby providing the pressure. Now Goger gets into the act for the Duke Blue Devils on defense.
Duke is not conceding anything, though.
North Carolina Tar Heels.
They're all even. There's not much time. I mean, you're going to have to take a
5
shot,
seconds.
North Carolina. Turn and shoot it. He should turn and shoot it.
He puts the ball off, but it goes wide of the goal. I don't know if that qualifies as a shot, but that's how the first half will end regardless. And the Duke Blue Devils very much in control of this 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship. They were down at 1.1-0 in this game, but since then it has been all Duke.
I think that Duke is playing very, very well, a lot like they did against Virginia. And North Carolina is a step slow. They're a little bit behind. I know that Dave is going to be really encouraging his guys to come out and play with them, or this game could get out of hand.
Dave Clark, the head coach of North Carolina, has quite a task at the half. The Duke Blue Devils, let's see what they can do with the remaining 30 minutes of action. It's 6-1 at the half. We're coming back with our halftime. Stay with us.
Flies to more cities in Mexico than any other U.S. airline. It's more airline for your money.
You ready?
Yep.
What's this? We're playing on clay.
Right back.
It's mixed doubles. Outdoor court.
Is activewear becoming too specialized for you? Try Discus Athletic. Heavyweight sweats and tees. Just change your clothes once. To Discus Athletic, the way America plays.
The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best. Marinated charbroiled chicken in a family restaurant. For private parties and catering, call the Chicken Place Restaurant for all your needs. The Chicken Place specializes in chicken and beef the way you like it. The Chicken Place in Wheaton also has fresh seafood. The Chicken Place is your home for good food with low cholesterol, low fat, and low calories. The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best.
Hello, folks. This is your pest, Benny the Bug. You know those guys from Federal Pest Control like to get rid of me. Don't call them unless you want to make me unwelcome at your house.
For prompt service and guaranteed results at competitive prices, call 1-800-244-5131. The exterminators of Federal Pest Control are thorough, polite, and ready to roll. Call 1-800-244-5131. Send your pest problems packing. Call Federal Pest Control today.
I hate those guys at Federal Pest Control.
And we're back. Spencer Field, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The Duke Blue Devils on top of the North Carolina Tar Heels 6-1, the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship. All right, so indeed a very entertaining first half of play, but the Duke Blue Devils very much in control in this one. We'll see what happens in the second half. Dave Johnson now joined by Beth Miller. She is the Associate Athletic Director for Olympic Sports at the University of North Carolina. Maybe we'll start off by just explaining that title. That's a rather unique title.
Well, it is. Up until 2 years ago, we called our sports other than football and men's basketball non-revenue, and John Swafford, our athletic director, had been searching for a title that possibly had more of a positive connotation than a negative, such as non-revenue, and so we're calling our sports Olympic sports now.
And it seems to be that it's played out very well here in North Carolina, because not only do you have success in revenue sports like basketball, but you've had so much success, in fact, 12 ACC championships and a variety of other sports.
Yes, we really have, and we're certainly proud of those accomplishments. We felt really good last year. We had a record of 10 ACC championships. Last year we broke that record. We had 11, and this year, as of this weekend, we've just broken it again, and we now have 12 championships.
So again, that runs the full gamut from women's cross country to men's outdoor track, men's golf, a variety of sports here at North Carolina. You talk about the position of the Associate Athletic Director for Olympic Sports, and no matter what you call it throughout the conference is very strong in other sports besides basketball and football, the glamour sports, if you will.
They really are, and one of the things, and John Swafford, our athletic director, one of the goals for our programs is to be competitive in ACC championships. And across the conference, we've found that if you're competitive in the ACC, you're competitive nationally. Not only our school, but all the other conference schools. So that just demonstrates the prominence of the conference in all of our other sports.
And I guess it's strength builds on strength, because once you have a school like, say, Virginia in men's soccer, whatever, everyone wants to be like Virginia in men's soccer, or North Carolina, whatever sport, so everyone's trying to reach that level.
That's exactly right.
It's a very contagious thing.
It is, and it's and I think that's a great thing about our conference. That's why we're so proud of it.
But also, along with the athletics, the academics very much stressed as well. It's not a situation where you're just so focused on the athletics.
Exactly right. And this is across the conference, and you know, I'm particularly familiar with our own school here, University of North Carolina, but we certainly do emphasize academics. I think as a whole, our conference has quite a prominence with the academic world. We give academic honors, ACC scholarship honors, postgraduate scholarship honors, and just really set a tone for, I think, for across the country.
Now, for the University of North Carolina, we talk about a record 12 ACC championships this year, but that's not just something that happens over 2 years. Maybe you could just describe what it's like to build a program like that, because obviously a lot of time, a lot of energy goes into it.
Well, it really does, and it's you're right. It hasn't happened overnight, but it's you know, it's something that I think all of our coaches take great pride in. As we continue to grow, we've now added women's lacrosse, which I think is going to be a prominent sport. We've added it. Also, Duke has added it, which will give us 4 teams in the conference with Maryland and Virginia. So it's another sport that's going to grow and hopefully will be a championship someday.
Well, you never know. You could make it number 13 sometime.
Well, we'd hope so.
All right. Thanks for joining us at halftime, Beth.
Oh, you're welcome.
Beth Miller, the Associate Athletic Director for Olympic Sports at the University of North Carolina. We're coming back with more from the University of North Carolina. Stay with us.
Hi, may I help you?
Yeah, I need some shorts to play basketball.
Indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
Full court or half court?
Half, I guess.
Pick up or play. Shirts or skip?
Excuse me?
Day or night, home or away, team or one-on-one?
Is activewear becoming too specialized for you? Try Discus Athletic. Heavyweight sweats and tees. The activewear that's right for however you play. Discus Athletic. The way America plays.
Horse or pig?
Flies to more cities in Mexico than any other U.S. airline. It's more airline for your money.
The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best. Marinated charbroiled chicken in a family restaurant. For private parties and catering, call the Chicken Place Restaurant for all your needs. The Chicken Place specializes in chicken and beef the way you like it. The Chicken Place in Wheaton also has fresh seafood. The Chicken Place is your home for good food with low cholesterol, low fat, and low calories. The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best.
Hello, folks. This is your pest, Benny the Bug. You know those guys from Federal Pest Control like to get rid of me. Don't call them unless you want to make me unwelcome at your house.
For prompt service and guaranteed results at competitive prices, call 1-800-244-5131. The exterminators at Federal Pest Control are thorough, polite, and ready to roll. Call 1-800-244-5131. Send your pest problems packing. Call Federal Pest Control today.
I hate those guys at Federal Pest Control.
Dave Johnson, Willie Scroggs back at the ACC Lacrosse Championship 1995 version. The Duke Blue Devils on top of the North Carolina Tar Heels 6-1. If you have possession, it stands to reason you can score, and Duke has had possession. And here's an example of that.
Here's Alex Whitten. He's going to come down left-handed. He's going to stop, come back right, gets a step on his man, and makes a great off-pipe shot that beats Rocco D'Andrea. gave Duke their last goal of the first half. That's a big, strong kid right there, that boy.
North Carolina, though, actually did have the lead in this contest. There was 1-0.
Dave, I said this happened so long ago, I forgot about it, but Brendan Carey backs up a shot. And see the Duke defenseman who was running to the end line? And he gets an unmolested chance and just gets it in. But that's the only goal North Carolina's gotten.
Well, this game is not over. Still 30 minutes to go at the half. The Duke Blue Devils lead the North Carolina Tar Heels 6-1. We're coming back with the second half.
Flies to more cities in Mexico than any other U.S. airline. It's more airline for your money.
ACC Sports Sunday is brought to you by Continental, the official airline of the Atlantic Coast Conference. And by Discus Athletic, an official corporate partner for the Atlantic Coast Conference.
A solid retirement savings program includes U.S. savings bonds. They're the safe and easy way to save for your later years.
U.S. savings bonds.
The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best. Marinated charbroiled chicken in a family restaurant. For private parties and catering, call the Chicken Place Restaurant for all your needs. The Chicken Place specializes in chicken and beef the way you like it. The Chicken Place in Wheaton also has fresh seafood. The Chicken Place is your home for good food with low cholesterol, low fat, and low calories. The Chicken Place Restaurant and Carryout. You've tried the rest, now try the best.
Hello, folks. This is your pest, Benny the Bug. You know those guys from Federal Pest Control like to get rid of me. Don't call them unless you want to make me unwelcome at your house.
For prompt service and guaranteed results at competitive prices, call 1-800-244-5131. The exterminators of Federal Pest Control are thorough, polite, and ready to roll. Call 1-800-244-5131. Send your pest problems packing. Call Federal Pest Control today.
I hate those guys at Federal Pest Control.
Back at Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 6-1 the halftime score. We take a look at some of the numbers from the first half of play. And you see the shot advantage. Duke with the command, no surprise there. Face-offs, North Carolina actually on top of that situation. And the extra man situation has been valuable to the Duke Blue Devils.
I'm surprised the ground balls have the Tar Heels leading because it sure didn't seem that way in the first half of the game.
It's very much a surprise because they've been able to control possession of that.
Probably a North Carolina guy keeping the stats on the ground balls.
Ross Muscatelli with 2 goals, James Heavey with 2 goals, and of course, Brendan Carey with the lone tally for the North Carolina Tar Heels. ACC Lacrosse Championship second half. The Duke Blue Devils in the blue jerseys and quickly once again on. And just as we open the contest, it's Alex Witten putting it in the net. And it's his second goal of the afternoon.
This is something that Duke has not been able to do facing off, but they create a 4-on-3 in the scrap of the ground ball. It's going to pop out to Matt Oglesby, who starts the play, and they get it down low. And that ball just beats Rocco. He had hardly any chance on it. That may have tipped off of him.
Rocco DeAndrea in goal for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Just 9 seconds in.
Again, they squirt the ball out, too.
Scott Harrison for Duke. Jude Collins for North Carolina on the face-off.
Must have been some kind of, one of the guys may have been over the line too soon that gives the possession to North Carolina. Dave, I told you for North Carolina to get it back in it, they got to score and win face-offs and score. There was a face-off that Duke scored on the face-off. They're just kind of taking the play away from a little bit.
North Carolina with possession, stick checked away. Brendan Carey loses it. Joe Kerbser now comes up with it.
Dave, I can just sense that North Carolina is all out of whack. That time a guy fell down and Brendan Carey had nowhere to go. This guy's got a little situation here, Tyler.
Tyler Hardy has trouble with the big stick.
He flips that ball back in.
Rocco Diaz.
They're probably going to call a push. I bet they call a push.
And indeed they do. And Scott Harrison was dumped into the crease.
Nothing is going North Carolina's way. Brendan Carey at the other end. This is just a ball they try and save. Now, it's going to be a North Carolina ball, and the North Carolina kid, Jonathan Fox, just pushes the Duke player right into the crease.
So Duke with possession and the lead, 7-1. This is John Fay, just outside of the box, Steve Fennell.
We're going to see a lot of this when the ball's settled, of Duke working the ball off the wing areas.
Alex Whitten, who has 2 goals.
Alex Whitten has established himself as a little bit of a player for Duke right here. Big, strong kid.
Matt Oglesby.
Good check, but who gets the ball after it's checked on the ground? Duke does.
The answer to that question, of course, is Duke, and that's been the way, in case you're just tuning in, the Blue Devils.
That they're going to call cross-check push, I'm sure.
And Jude Collins jumping up in frustration as the flag quickly goes up. 13:37 left here in the third quarter of play. Dave Johnson along with Willie Scroggs at Fetzer Field, Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Dave, I think that Jude Collins fouled the fella. He pushed him. He may have even cross-checked him. Pretty easy call for the close official right there.
Dave Carmen, not much to smile about as he barks instructions from the sideline. And Duke 2 of 4 on extra man situations. So indeed, it's...
Dave, I told you that North Carolina's got to get back in this game or it could get out of hand. And if it gets to 9-1 before North Carolina get 3 or 4 unanswered goals, it may be tough for Tar Heels to win this game.
John Fay down to Ross Boscatelli, who has 2 goals. They work at top of the box to Scott Harrison. Duke in the blue on the extra man. Ganella, Aaron Boscatelli with a quick shot. It's in the net, a goal, and make it 3 on the afternoon for Ross Boscatelli.
He's a shooter, and boy, it's fun to watch him shoot because he's shooting the ball where he wants it to go. He sticks his ball in Rocco DeAndrea's ear on the near side. Watch this, just to the left of Rocco's shoulder, boom. That is a tough ball to get, but it's also tough to shoot the ball there.
Quick release as well. Marcus Mullen to face off for Duke. Jason Sanders for the North Carolina Tar Heels. And Sanders able to dig it out.
Now here's the situation where North Carolina needs to score on these little breaks. Look at this.
Kyle Durkee loses control of it. Brett Erdman provided the
pressure. Now he's got a little... Oh, he should have gone right-handed right to the goal.
From behind the cage, Erdman provides the pressure against Kyle Durkee of the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Duke is pressing North Carolina to the limits of the box when they have the ball.
Brendan Carey, who's got the only goal of the afternoon for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Jason Sanders steps out of the box for some relief from that defensive pressure.
North Carolina's going to have to go to the goal with the ball and try and create plays or draw fouls.
Sanders, Marcus Mullen is marking him for Duke. Jason Sanders in the white jersey. Sanders, the feet out front, the goal, it's in the net.
I bet that was a screen play. I bet Joe Kermser did not get a good look at this ball.
Mark Phillips did, and he gets the goal. 8-2 the score, and finally the drought is over. First goal since the first quarter of play for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Let's see if this is a screen play. Yep, I think it was a screen by a Duke defender, probably.
You see Kyle Durkee will jump up here. It looks like to get out of the way.
And I don't think Joe got a good look at that ball, and that's called a hop shot in lacrosse, where the ball just kind of hops off the turf. Now here's again, North Carolina scored. They got to try and create something on this faceoff.
And Jude Collins is able to win the faceoff against MFA.
Now he may get fouled. That guy keeps whacking at him like that.
Jason Goger is that guy.
Duke did a great job of covering up, not giving them an offensive situation right off the faceoff. North Carolina's got to wrinkle and go.
Spencer Deering for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Behind the cage. Again, you notice the pressure from Duke. Deering goes across the crease and coming up with it, Joe Kermser.
Dave, that play, now, not a bad look, but it wasn't executed by North Carolina.
Scramble for the ground ball. And the Duke Blue Devils able to come up with it, but Steve Fennell loses his stick at the ball. Now, finally, Pete Murphy.
Now, North Carolina's got a little situation, but I think the numbers are all even. Duke was just sitting back waiting on defense.
Spencer Deering now all started on a Pete Murphy clear. Jude Collins, they work it out to Jason Wade. Wade now, nice step, takes the shot, the bounce goes behind the cage. North Carolina maintains possession.
There's a lot of chopping going on inside. They're going to call a foul. They may call another foul. They may call another foul.
Brendan Carey.
They may have 3 fouls on this play.
Frankly,
they may have 4 fouls. They may have 4 fouls on this play, Dave.
Boy, oh boy, I thought we were at an intersection with all the yellow caution flags going up.
2 penalties, 4 fouls.
I'm telling you, this is going to be more than 2.
Well, we'll see what plays out here. Brendan Carey, there you see for North Carolina, under stiff pressure.
Well, they called a foul inside way before this, but now they may call another one.
That's Ross Thompson.
There's another one for a slash, and now they're going to call another one right here. I mean, Duke may be 3 men down.
And he gets clipped in the side of the head as he went toward the goal.
You may see something that you don't ever see in lacrosse, Dave. 3 men down, 3 versus 6. And if North Carolina does not score, it'll be a huge psychological blow. They should be able to get a layup.
And certainly they've been psychologically tested at this point. 10:51 left in the game, and the Duke Blue Devils have been in control the entire way, except for the...
It's going to take a half hour for the official just to explain to the scorer what happened. And they're over there at the bench right now. He's trying to explain what happened. They're going to be 3 down.
Waiting for the official word with 10:51 left in the third quarter. North Carolina Tar Heels, Kyle Durkee is getting ready to put in possession.
Dave, the first foul was called inside on checking cutters, and you're not allowed to check cutters, so that would have been a 30-second foul. Then they had a bunch of personals after that.
So indeed, it is 6-on-3 play. There are 3 penalties, so Willie Scroggs, indeed you are right.
Well, there's already 2 flags down when this happens, and we're in the extra man situation right now with North Carolina.
They quickly work it around.
North Carolina can take their time.
And it's in the net, a goal for Drew Collins.
That was Jason Wade.
I'm sorry, Jason Wade. That makes it 8-3.
Dave, and that shot, I'm telling you, you can get that shot. They would have liked to have had a layup. That's not a layup. This is like the Moscatelli shot just a moment ago. He sticks it right in his ear. Boom. This is a tough play. Watch this ball up high inside. That's a big-time shot, just like Ross Moscatelli's was a big-time shot.
So 2 unanswered goals now for the North Carolina Tar Heels, and as you pointed out, at least
we're all even now. We're all even now.
And they're not shut out of that type of situation because clearly it was like a layup with so much room to work, and that's something North Carolina.
Right, now North Carolina's got something on the break. Thank God in heaven.
Double team. Durkee comes up with it, loses it momentarily. Mark Phillips somehow maintains possession. Now we have a whistle.
Maybe a push or maybe in the crease. We got to see. But there's another flag way up the field.
Yep, on the right side of the field.
Offsides Duke. Technical foul North Carolina possession. I don't know how in the world they could have been offsides. He tried to hit Kyle Durkee right there, and Kyle Durkee went in the crease, guys, but I think there was a flag already on the play.
You might want to quickly explain for our viewers offsides.
Well, in every situation, you must keep 3 players back on your offensive side and 4 back on your defensive side. Somehow, Duke had to have gone offside in their offensive end to their defensive end, and I don't understand how that could have happened, but we didn't see it. Now North Carolina's got a 30 seconds, and if they can get a goal, oh my goodness, great job by Duke of blocking that pass.
Merrill Turnbull trying to get the shot off. He's been unusually quiet this afternoon. He had 4 goals in the victory over Maryland in the semifinals.
Well, North Carolina on extra man has had 3 or 4 balls knocked down. Some schools give rewards to their defense for that because that can kill an extra man play. Now North Carolina's going to go to a cut. They're going to get it behind, look for cutters. If they don't have them, boy, they're just not handling the ball at all.
Spencer Deering tried to get it up to Kyle Durkee, went through his legs.
There's another call here, and it may be offsides again.
That would stand the reason for what's happening in the midfield stripe. That's why you see those players trying to stay back, so the right numbers are back where they belong.
So they got a
carry. They work it behind the cage.
Well, Duke saved off the penalty, though. They got to all even. But there is an official at the center of the field, and one of his looks is to try and call the offside.
Merrill Turnbull leaves it off for Mark Phillips. You see the pressure from Tyler Hardy. Phillips, cradling, behind the back, Spencer Deering here. He comes
my
the shot
goodness.
off the side of the net. And Joe Kerbser with authority picks it up for the Duke Blue Devils with 9:12 left in the third quarter. Long outlet for David Stilley. Instead, collecting it, Steve Fennell for the Duke Blue Devils.
Dave, Spencer Deering should have taken that ball to the goal and deposited it, and he stopped and didn't even give himself the angle to score. That's a very big missed opportunity for North Carolina.
Now watch Watch Duke now. They'll slow things down a bit because the action a bit frayed.
They haven't had the ball for a while, and if I were Mike Presser, I want my guys maybe to possess it for a while. Just try and take some time off the clock, get your team back in the game. But that was a big miss by North Carolina. They could have had a dunk right there, made it 8-4 facing off.
And at that point, it's almost an even game. Matt Oglesby makes a nice turn.
He showed great patience there.
Right to John Fay. Fay gets a shot off, goes to the end line. It will be Duke's possession.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't know how he missed a goal there, but he did, or that would have been a big goal for Duke.
Scott Harrison, leading scorer for the Duke Blue Devils, not on this afternoon, but...
Well, Scott Harrison put that ball right in...
We just saw the opportunity by John Fay.
He whizzed that ball wide. That's good for North Carolina. Now Duke again possessing the ball.
Steve Fennell turns it to the middle. Fennell, he's going to have a chance. He puts the shot. Oh, just to the right. And now North Carolina trying to get the clear.
Now that's going to be a push, I believe. No push. They call a good play. Just a good hard contact. No push. It'll be Duke's ball. Duke had a great chance right there. I think Rocco, though, caused that miss. I don't think he gave him a good look at the goal. Duke, though, winning the ball. There's 2 ground balls in their end that they've come up with. This is 3 chances in a row, and as a coach, you don't want to keep giving them chances after ground ball fights.
Well, Ross Moscatelli kept it alive. Nice check on Tim Price, and now Tim Godella. Moscatelli, he's a shooter.
Well,
when he gets the ball, he just takes it.
That's a set look. A lot of teams call that a fish hook, but Ross Moscatelli will run inside and run around a pick, and they got a good look for his left hand, but he missed it. Here he is again.
He's got 3 goals today. He's double-teamed, loses the ball. North Carolina now. They will have the possession to try to clear, but we have a whistle and a player down as well. It'll be North Carolina's ball.
A technical foul on Duke in a loose ball situation, and it gives it to North Carolina. Duke is scrambling when the ball's on the ground. That is the key, and I think the most significant thing in this game is, look, North Carolina can't even make unmolested passes to each other.
That's Bulkey coming up. Bulkley.
Look, at Duke is not conceding any pass. Their confidence is way up. They can afford maybe now to play a little bit tighter. Kyle's got a good look at the goal. He sticks it right in the goalie's stick.
Hermser comes up with Kyle Berkeley with the opportunity, and now the Duke Blue Devils. They quickly come up. Jason Goger had the ball. Now Duke works it in close to the cage. Fennell checked off the ball. Fennell goes after it after the ground ball.
Look at
Duke
this.
comes up with it.
Rocco did a good job, or Oglesby would have had an unmolested shot.
Matt Oglesby was coming right down the middle of the street. And now the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Duke's doing a great job of winning some of those balls, but Rocco did what the goalie had to do. He needs to intercept that ball. Here's Jason Wade.
Jason Wade gets a shot off.
Backed up by Merrill Turnbull.
They're working out front. Hard shot by Phillips. Goes wide right. Scramble to the end line again. The first one there gets possession. In this case, it will be North Carolina.
North Carolina needs a goal badly, Dave. They need a goal badly. I tell you, Merrill Turnbull has not had the ball much of this game.
He hasn't.
We haven't said his name much.
Jason Wade, North Carolina Tar Heels, trying to create something.
It's tough in half-field situations against decent defensive teams to create things because teams can play such great defense. And Duke is doing it today.
That's exactly what they've done often. There's no space, it seems, for North Carolina to work.
Look at this. My goodness.
Tough one-upper.
This is Merrill again, and Merrill's got a little bit of room here. If he can get a shot off, all right, they did a good job.
Turnbull now trying
they're
to
blocking the ball.
Middle. Brendan Terry going after it. Duke still under pressure, gets behind Joe Kermser. But North Carolina still with the possession. They get it in tight, a save on Joe Kermser as Mark Phillips had the shot for North Carolina. 8-3 the score. Duke in the dark jerseys with the lead. Matt Oglesby brings it up. 5:19 left in the third quarter.
Now, North Carolina had a couple chances that time. Not great chances, but a couple. They needed to get a goal right there.
Ganella and the Duke Blue Devils. We expect them to continue to be very patient throughout the rest of this game, as once they got about a 3 or 4 goal lead.
Well, you've got to be impressed with how Duke's playing. Duke is playing pretty well.
Moscatelli slips on the turf. We had some rain before the game.
And that could be a foul. That could be a foul because he was way away from the ball.
Jason Wade.
That could have been a foul call because the ball was so far away from the kid, and that's what they're trying to stop in the sport of lacrosse. Not that it wasn't good contact, but look, the ball is, well, that's not too bad. No, that's not too bad. That's just good rough play.
But right in the midsection.
He misses it. The Duke kid makes great contact with Jason.
David Stilley.
Jason's a big, strong kid, though. He probably just had the air knocked out of him. He's built like a truck.
You need to be on a collision of that nature, as you see Jason Wade. It was David Stilley that provided the hit for the Duke Blue Devils. And that certainly drew quite a reaction from the crowd here at Betzenville. Nice crowd on hand this afternoon. Jason Wade gets a nice round of applause.
I thought the ball was far from Jason, but it really wasn't. Sometimes in lacrosse, what you're trying to prevent are guys taking runs at people and the ball's well away from them.
So Wade will come off and get things sorted out. As you look at the benches, Dave Klarman, plenty fired up this afternoon with his team down by 5 goals. Duke with the possession. Here's Tyler Hardy. Hardy comes down. It's in and out of goal for the defenseman Tyler Hardy.
Dave, there's no excuse for that. Absolutely no excuse for that. On a inbound, clear at the midfield line to have someone come down the field uncovered. North Carolina is coming unglued a little bit.
It's Tyler Hardy's 3rd goal of the season.
You cannot fault Rocco D'Andrea for that, to allow a defenseman to have 35 yards unmolested down the field. They can wind up and shoot with that big long stick. Duke is in total control of this lacrosse game, Dave.
Ed Fay to face off for Duke against Jude Collins for North Carolina. We have whistles right from the face-off.
There's an illegal procedure on Duke, and it'll be North Carolina's ball.
And I want to explain that for some of our viewers.
Well, probably a Duke guy went over the line before they blew the whistle for the face-off, which is illegal.
Jude Collins working it for North Carolina. Kyle Turkey with the shot. He buries it.
Well, there's a face-off and a score, but you would like to be getting consecutive goals. All that does is just get one back that Duke got a couple minutes ago, so you're not cutting into this deficit.
9-4, the score. And you see Kyle Durkee.
Kyle just gets a little mustard on it. When the ball moves, it's tough for the goalkeepers to follow passes. Kyle got the ball off quickly.
Jude Collins to face off against Scott Harrison. Collins for North Carolina, Harrison for the Duke Blue Devils.
Now, if North Carolina can get something here, but Duke covers up well, they've still got something. They got to keep bringing it.
This is Kyle Durkee who comes up with it for the North Carolina Tar Heels. The Tar Heels trail 9-4 with 4:22 left in the 3rd quarter.
If North Carolina can cut 2 more goals into this lead, then the 4th quarter, it's still a ball game.
Brendan Carey now for the North Carolina Tar Heels. He started the scoring for the Tar Heels this afternoon. The Tar Heels.
Merrill Turnbull did a great job. My goodness.
Mark Phillips with the opportunity on a nice feed by Merrill Turnbull.
Merrill Turnbull did a great job of catching, looking opposite. He had Mark Phillips, who has to deposit it. He throws it over the goal. Look at all the goal he had to shoot with.
Looks like Kermsen might have got a stick on that, though. They redirected over the goal. Spencer Deering now for the Tar Heels. Try to get in the middle. He's stick-checked away from him.
Good job by Mark Phillips keeping it alive.
Phillips does maintain
North Carolina moving the ball a little bit now. Now
nice
North
feed.
Carolina does get the ball down low, but Duke does a good job of covering up.
Long ball field right to Rocco D'Andrea, so goaltender to goaltender.
Now North Carolina's going to turn and make a pass. Turn and make a pass.
Brendan Carey now. Jason Wade.
Jason Wade's back. I'm telling you, if he was hurt, it would have had to have been unbelievable because he is built like a brick.
Wade falls, scooping it up is Phillips to Carey. Carey will take the shot, side of the netting, had the crowd excited.
He missed the goal.
Spencer Deering now for the Tar Heels. The feed to Carey. He turns, fires, Kermser the save.
Now that's pretty good action right there. Brendan caught it, turned, shot under pressure. He didn't put it in good location, but Kermser cut the angle down.
Duke Blue Devils, Patrick Doyle coming up the field. Matt Oglesby now. And here comes that Blue Devil counterattack that we've seen so much this afternoon. Scott Harrison. They put it back in the corner to Fennell, Steve Fennell. James Heavey back in the cage, now Steve Fennell.
Now Duke will probably take a little time.
Pete Murphy is on Fennell. Fennell coming in for Duke with 2:23 left in the third quarter. 9-4, the Blue Devils with the lead. Alex Witten, who has 2 goals on the afternoon, he has the ball in the corner. Scott Harrison, as you mentioned, they're taking their time.
They'll make runs at it, and if you don't play it, then they're going to pass off. Now, Moscatelli probably shoot the ball.
Yeah, Ross Moscatelli, he's got 3 goals this afternoon, and there's not much time between the time the ball gets in his stick to the time he fires the shot to the end line.
They shot the ball, didn't they?
They shot the ball. That's what the scouting report says on him. He shoots the ball.
There's something about guys that are shooters. They usually shoot the ball. Yep. But I bet Mike is saying to him right now, Ross, we could have the ball right now.
Talking about Mike Pressler, the head coach in his 5th year at Duke.
If North Carolina can just stick work the ball out, but Duke is not going to concede this clear. See how they play everyone man-to-man, and now they're going to try and press the guy with the ball.
That's John Fox.
And North Carolina's got nowhere to go. And they use a timeout again.
So North Carolina used a timeout to maintain the possession.
This is a pet peeve with me, and no reflection on the coaches, but I can't stand that people use these timeouts to save these possessions. The kid should be working hard to get the ball from the guy.
I want to remind you to join us on Sunday, the 7th of May, for the ACC Spring Championship Special. We're going to have highlights from all the spring tournaments, including men's and women's golf, tennis and softball. It's coming up Sunday, May 7th at high noon, 12 noon. So make sure you check your local listings for channel information. The ACC Spring Championship Special. And once again, a very entertaining spring in ACC sports. In fact, a lot of finals being decided today. Duke is playing Wake Forest in the women's tennis finals. That's at Greenwood, South Carolina. It's Duke and Clemson in the men's tennis finals, also in Greenwood. Florida State had a 9-stroke lead entering the final round of the women's golf at Tallahassee, Florida. And, of course, we've got a final going on this afternoon. Duke playing North Carolina for the ACC Lacrosse Championship. Duke with the lead 9-4. Duke going for their first ACC title since 1954. North Carolina is trying to make it 8 straight ACC titles.
Duke is in firm control of this game. There's only a minute and a half to go in the third quarter. North Carolina had to use a timeout, which may come back in the fourth quarter when you really need it. They only have 1 left in this half now to save a possession because they couldn't get the ball to a short stick guy.
So 9-4 the score. You look at the Duke bench, certainly no sign of confidence on their face, despite the fact they controlled the game.
I'm telling you, this ball's not cleared right here. I mean, they may turn this ball back.
North Carolina on the whistle gets the possession as they had called the timeout. Jude Collins elicits cheers of Jude from the crowd. Now the Tar Heels with an opportunity. It's in the net. That's Jason Wade.
Now that's a 2-piper in practice. We'd say that was worth 2 points to get a ball like that. Jason Wade's a big-time player. He is like Ross Moscatelli, and he's starting to find his eye shooting. Watch this thing.
Jason Wade's 2nd goal of the afternoon. And you call it a 2-piper, right?
Well, I think he hit 2 pipes with this ball. Let me see. Yeah, or hit something. Hit a bunch of things in there. Maybe it was a Joe Kermser stick.
We definitely heard the clank of, I think, Joe Kermser's stick. And certainly for North Carolina, that's good news. The 2nd goal of the afternoon for Jason Wade. 9 to 5 the score. Now the face-off.
They got to try and create something right off this face-off if they can, if North Carolina can.
Scott Harrison, though, is able
and Duke wins it, and Duke's got a 4-on-3.
Matt Oglesby sees that, comes through.
They're going to have a left.
They work it to Harrison. Harrison's shot. And it'll be Duke
No,
possession.
that was Alex. Is that Alex Witten? They must put him on attack when they put Harrison out in the midfield to face off, and he had a point blanker. That would have been a big goal and would have negated North Carolina's goal.
And, of course, Witten with 2 goals this afternoon. Steve Fennell for the Duke Blue Devils.
North Carolina's got to create things down here. They got to get the ball on the ground. They got to get it on the ground so they can come out of their end with it.
47 seconds left in the third quarter of play.
Dave, no coach wants to be scored on the last minute of any quarter because you sometimes can't get them back. So North Carolina scored. If Duke can get that goal back, that will really help.
John Fay with possession for the Blue Devils. He's got 28 seconds.
But you would hope as a coach that the Duke kids have to realize they don't have to score. The quarter ends, as long as it ends 9-5, they've done a good job.
Matt Oglesby trying to get it back after he lost it.
Now, if North Carolina can come out of here with this,
The Tar Heels do.
If they can come out there, and they got about 5 seconds.
Jason Sanders coming upfield. 3 seconds.
He's got to shoot it.
Durkee shoots it.
And he hits the pipe. And he hits the pipe.
Wow, what a finish, though, to the third quarter play.
Well, I told you, there goes if you get at the end of a quarter, you don't get back. The team didn't get back. That was another big miss. You know, North Carolina's had about 3 or 4 big misses in the third quarter.
We'll see if it comes back to haunt them as we go to the fourth quarter. ACC Lacrosse Championship, it's Duke 9, North Carolina 5.
Everyone has their own idea of a hero.
Max John, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Neil. My hero, Gloria Stefan.
Martin Luther King. Mr. Hope.
These are teachers, but to the kids they've reached, they're heroes. They've given them hope. They've given them choices. They've changed their lives.
Well, the children are the heroes.
The most fulfilling thing is watching a child succeed.
I just like to help them make their dreams come true.
Teachers have the power to wake up young minds, to be heroes, to make a difference. Reach for that power. Teach. If you want to make an impact on our future, call 1-800-45-TEACH.
Mr. Wilkins.
Mrs. Eisenhower. Mr. Adler.
Be a teacher. Be a hero.
Gotta see Orioles opening day, Wednesday on WJZ Channel 13. The O's take on the Royals. We got the pitching and the power pennants are made of. We got Cal, who's only 122 games from being baseball's all-time Iron Man. The Royals got what's left over from their fire sale. They got some major league question marks. Hey, this kind of stuff only happens once a year, and Orioles opening day happens Wednesday afternoon at 2 on WJZ Channel 13.
Means Caps playoff on HTX. You thought the reg season was intense? Oh, yeah, the Caps battle for the Cup happens in May on HTX.
Go, Caps, go!
Dave Johnson, Willie Scroggs back at Fetcher Field. 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship. As we go to the fourth quarter, Duke leads North Carolina 9-5, but it was a much better third quarter.
Much better for North Carolina, and they had 3 or 4 other golden opportunities they could have cut into this lead. It's the fourth quarter now. Someone's going to become the Atlantic Coast Conference's championship in the sport of lacrosse, and it can be won or lost now in the fourth quarter.
Duke in the blue jerseys. Scott Harrison facing off against Jude Collins for North Carolina in the white.
Scott Harrison's done a great job facing off. He's an attackman, but he's keeping the ball alive for him. And now they got the ball to Matt Oglesby. Look at him handle that.
Oglesby comes right down the middle, giving it a goal for Duke.
That's a great play by a kid who's undoubtedly going to be an All-American. And he's as good a midfielder as I've seen play this year. He makes a tough catch and a great play coming straight down the chute.
Greg Ernman with the
Look at this catch.
And there's Oglesby to finish it. And that's, you know, how the third quarter started for the
That's just a great athletic play by Matt. Look at this, right down the chute. And there's nothing DeAndrea can do. That's a big-time play by a real good midfielder from Duke.
10-5 now the score. Duke in front of North Carolina. Jason Sanders wins the face-off for the Tar Heels.
And Duke, though, has covered up. Duke wins the face-off last time, they get a break. North Carolina wins the face-off, and Duke has covered up successfully.
Merrill Turnbull gives it to Spencer Deering. Duke has scored 9 seconds into the third quarter. They score 14 seconds into the fourth quarter, so they've done a nice job to get momentum early on, although, as we pointed out, North Carolina with a strong third quarter of play as Mark Phillips with the ball, turned back by Jim Godella. Ball stick check loose, Duke possession.
Duke did a great job. They double-teamed, got the ball on the ground. It's like North Carolina's not expecting them to be playing. They're going to call an out-of-bounds. North Carolina forced the guy out of bounds, but Mark Phillips comes around the goal, stops, draws a double, but it's like he doesn't expect it to come.
Well, this moment coming upfield for Duke.
they could have called a push, but he just kind of ran out of bounds. He ran out before the kid from North Carolina could foul him out of bounds.
Merrill Turnbull was on him, so it's North Carolina with the possession. The Tar Heels down by 5 goals. Rob Tobin behind the cage for North Carolina with 13:48 left in the 4th quarter. Out to Merrill Turnbull.
Again, Duke was doubling, and North Carolina made the pass, but Merrill passed it back towards where the double team came from. He should have gone down to the left-handed guy and maybe had an opening.
Jason Wade now.
North Carolina, they're passing and catch. Look at this. It's a bounce pass to a teammate.
Fans getting a bit anxious here at Fetzer Field. Rob Tobin directing traffic. Scott Harrison draws that assignment. Tobin puts it back behind the cage. The attempted wraparound. Wade goes to the end line. It'll be North Carolina's possession as Brendan Carey does a nice job to get back to the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Dave, I can't tell you what a good job Duke just did of covering up and not giving North Carolina anything. North Carolina drew a double and had no one to pass it to. That's like having more guys on the field than they really do if you can double team the ball and play everybody else.
Very good point.
North Carolina continuously works this side of the field to try and wrinkle and get shots or passes.
Tobin.
Now it's going to be Duke's ball, I think, Dave.
And indeed it is. The Blue Devils win the race. And you see Dave Clarvin, the head coach for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Well, you need balance. When someone's dodging on one side, there's a responsibility to the off-cage guy to cover the shot. And Duke fell had a little break on him. That happens sometimes, but you would like to have your offensive guy be the closest one. I think North Carolina's going to have to start pressing a little bit on these clearing situations. Don't be surprised if they don't come and really go after them.
They'll have to with 12:39 left in the game, down by 5 goals. That'll require Joe Kermser to come out of...
Now, North Carolina's got more of a full field ride, but if you can get it to Matt Oglesby in the middle of the field, you better get back in and play defense.
And indeed, that's who they just had the ball. Alex Witten now to Oglesby. And Witten will take his time. The Blue Devils only trailed once in this game. That was very early on when they were down 1-0. Scott Allen with the ball now for the Blue Devils.
They have to watch being real deliberate that you don't lose your focus a little bit and stop playing.
You see Jason Wade stepping up the pressure. Allen now having trouble with that. Back to Scott Harrison. And they'll put it back into midfield. That's where Matt Oglesby will bring it in. Oglesby trying to get around Price. Fires a shot into the net. A goal for Matt Oglesby. And he's just able to beat Tim Price. He got one step on him, I think.
He got a step on him. Timmy Price had his stick on his gloves, and he makes a shot that is tough to make. Maybe Rocco could have gotten a piece of this. We got to see it again because you would hope that your goalkeeper can get a piece of this kind of shot. Look, Timmy Price has got his stick. Oh, he disconnected and allowed him to be able to extend.
Now, when you say disconnected, that was his stick.
His stick was not on him. And look at this ball. It's got like radar.
Just nicked the stick of Rocco DeAndrea.
I think Rocco's a little step slow there, and you got to hope he gets that one.
11-5 now. The Duke Blue Devils take the lead.
Now North Carolina's got something, and they're getting from behind.
Pete Murphy loses it from behind. Tyler Hardy, credit him with that stick check. And now the Duke Blue Devils, the counterattack is on. This is Ed Fang. And we have a whistle.
And Duke's going to take a timeout.
So the Blue Devils call a timeout with 11:19. Now, why call a timeout in that situation?
Well, I don't know, unless Mike wants to say, hey, guys, let's take some time off the clock. The ball's more important now than trying to score. We got a 6-goal lead. That's what he's got to be doing right now. Maybe he's a little fatigued. I don't know. Give Oglesby a little bit more of a rest.
Well, Duke has had a fairly good shooting percentage so far in the 4th quarter at 2 shots and 2 goals.
That's maybe as good as you can do. Maybe you can do better than have 1 shot and 2 goals.
Can you teach that? 11-5. The score, Duke on top. Now, for Dave Clarvin and the North Carolina Tar Heels,
well, I think
is pressure the key at this point? Pressure, and pressure?
Well, I think on out-of-bounds situations now, you're gonna have to see North Carolina come after them all over the field. Don't even be surprised if the goalkeeper doesn't come out to try and play people in inbound situations if they can, to try and cause ground balls. They got to cause ground balls to get them off the ground, but Duke has not, with North Carolina scored, Duke has come back with a score. And I bet right now, though, we're going to start to see not the freeze, but it might be the cool down where Duke is going to just hold the ball in the wing areas.
Well, again, as you pointed out, one of the rule changes in the past 5-6 years across the 10-second rule, where once it goes in the midfield area, they have 10 seconds to get it into their box, so they cannot spread the field out that
much. And Dave, too, if when they're in the box, if they're not making good attempts at the cage, the referees can give them a keep-it-in call if they think that they are holding it, but that's highly unlikely with as skilled a team as Duke is that they're going to get that call.
Scott Harrison will start things, and he does get in the box, but again, referee was counting 10 seconds there.
Now, North Carolina got the ball on the ground, as I told you they had to, and see if they can get something off this. But Duke's well back. They're 6-on-4. They got more guys back than North Carolina does.
Brendan Carey puts it back for Kyle Durkee. Let's see what Kyle Durkee. He's had a good second half of play for the Tar Heels. They trail 11-5. Duke, the 4th seed in this tournament. They pulled a tremendous upset against Virginia on Friday, beating them 17-10, although there's very much parity in the 4-team ACC. But Duke,
there's great parity, and Duke played just like this against the Wahoos. My goodness. I don't know what that play was.
And Oglesby comes up with the clear from Joe Kermser. And now Oglesby, you see what he does. He just waits.
I don't know what happened to Spencer during that time, whether he got trapped, and but he just kind of dumped that ball. Just like in ice hockey, you just kind of throw it in the air.
Scott Harrison, it's in the net, a goal for Duke.
Well, that's one that maybe Mike was hoping he wouldn't shoot, but kind of a change-up again. I think Rocco is not seeing the ball real good. Another stick side high. I think Kyle Durkee gets a stick on his shot right there, and maybe took a little bit off of it, and Rocco didn't get the good look at it.
So Jim Cannella actually gets the goal.
Oh, Jim Cannella. I'm sorry. It wasn't Scott Harrison.
Actually, I thought it was Scott Harrison, 16, but it's 15, not 16.
Well, nothing is going North Carolina's way. Absolutely nothing.
12-5. Well, something goes there. Drew Collins comes up with the face-off.
But look, Duke's back 2-on-2. Drew just runs right by this fella.
Collins takes the shot. Kermser is able to trap it.
That was a great stop by Joe Kermser. Stick side bouncer, and he saw it all the way. Now Duke's got a little situation.
Jason Goger now for the Blue Devils.
Tim Price kind of screws him in the ground a little bit.
Price leads the team in loose balls caused, so he's a very feisty player.
Scotty Price did a good job of getting the ball on the ground, and in the scrap for the ball, North Carolina gets possession. I think it went off a Duke player. They're going to inbound it near the box, which is always a hairy situation.
Duke leads 12-5, but still a lot of time. 9:40 left in the 4th quarter.
There is a lot of time, but it's a big deficit now.
7 goals. Mark Phillips for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Duke is doing a great job of covering up. I mean, Mark got a little step on this guy, but he had nowhere to go.
Face-offs at this point, maybe the deciding part of the game. North Carolina's got to get those face-offs, and hence the opportunities. Brendan Carey trying to create an opportunity.
Look at Duke chop the ball up. I mean, they had 2 guys in there whacking away at the intended receiver on that play.
Now the Duke Blue Devils on the counterattack. This is Tyler Hardy, who's not afraid to venture upfield.
Well, he cleared the ball. Good job by John Fox. Oh, a better job by Scott Harrison.
Puts it off John Fox.
That's like in basketball where a player throws it to on a guy who's going out of bounds.
Matt Oglesby controls it on the one hop with 8:47 left, 4th quarter of play. Duke did not win an ACC game in the regular season, but is coming to this tournament obviously with a mission.
And Dave, I take it back now. I mean, Duke doesn't have to put the ball in the freezer because they got such a lead that they can play a little bit. And if North Carolina starts taking chances like they're going to have to, they may score some easy ones.
Oglesby, the move around centers. Here comes Oglesby, takes it low. And it will be Duke's possession. This goes wide of the goal.
That's a pretty good shot, though, by Oglesby, because if you miss the goal, it goes out of bounds. It's still your ball.
And you've got your man in the back there.
If Rocco makes a save on that, they may be coming out of their end with the ball. And he didn't give him that.
D'Andrea in goal this afternoon for the North Carolina Tar Heels.
See, if North Carolina's playing them all over the field, you may get one of those runs where you run by someone and there's no backup.
John Fay gets it back, and that's what happened. North Carolina's sometimes able to strip a Duke player of the ball, but Duke is usually very quick to get it right back.
Well, North Carolina now, if you look at this field, it's like 6-on-6. Everybody playing everybody all over the place. Nobody sloughed off to help the guy who's playing the ball. And what happens if Oglesby wrinkles, there may not be anybody to back up.
Matt Oglesby, I think he has to catch his breath here.
Well,
7:40 left in the game.
I bet they sub on the fly in a second here to Duke.
Yes, you see a couple of winded Duke players, especially Oglesby, who's been running all over the half field.
Well, he's a guy that plays almost the whole game anyways.
Sanders, he gets around Sanders, comes right in. D'Andrea comes up with the save.
But who's going to win this scrap for a ground ball?
I think Oglesby does. The Blue Devils.
And that threw the ball. Well, that was a chance I think I would have taken that chance to get a goal. Boy, they really inbound these balls fast. North Carolina cannot waste any time.
Rocco D'Andrea, you look at him. Lost it upfield. The Tar Heels down by 7 goals with about 7 minutes left. Miscommunication. Here comes James Heavey. Heavey coming right down the middle. Puts it off to the side. It's not a goal for the Duke Blue Devils.
The Duke did a great job. But North Carolina, unmolested, throws the ball to one of their teammates. The guy doesn't even catch the ball, and it just rolls right to a Duke kid.
Steve Fennell.
And there's nothing Rocco can do. I mean, very frustrating. It was created way up the field. They come in 3-on-2, and look at this. All he does is drop the ball on the ground. Rocco has no chance for it. That's great play by Duke.
A nice feed by James Heavey as he held it as long as he could and then forced Rocco D'Andrea to commit. So face-off.
That's one of those unmolested passes that rolled right to a Duke guy when North Carolina didn't handle it.
Jude Collins against Marcus Molman, and Collins is able to come up with it. So Collins has done a pretty nice job with the face-offs.
North Carolina needs to get shots. They need to get shots. Duke's doing a great job of not giving them any kind of openings.
Kyle Durkee with the ball. Now to Mark Phillips. 6:37 left. In the fourth quarter of play. 13-5. The lead for Duke. High shot. Joe Kermser is able to come up with it.
Joe had a good look at it. It was well out. He was right on it. Now they're going to probably take this to the cage if they can.
Scott
Harrison. Look at the guys how far behind the goal the Duke attackmen are. They were not taking the break. They were just going to control the ball. Now Duke subs on the fly, and here's their shooter. Let's see if he passes it to, let's see if Ross passes the ball off.
Ross Moscatelli.
I wouldn't shut off on Jason. I'd make him throw the ball because you don't want him shooting the ball.
Steve Fennell for the Duke Blue Devils. Spinning around on Spencer Deering. We have a whistle before the shot.
Too many men on the field. Is that what I hear someone screaming?
Yeah, exactly. So the Blue Devils.
They must have just a substitution error and got somebody called out on the field. But time is running out.
5:51 left in the game. Kyle Durkee tries to split the defenders. Scott Allen, the attackman, knocked it away. And now James Heavey waits for offensive help.
Kyle Durkee tried to run the ball out against 3 Duke guys, and there's got to be a Tar Heel somewhere that he can throw the ball to.
Fennell on the right side of the box. He'll just walk it out. Now he's got to put it back in. Fennell spinning around, comes in tight. We have a flat.
Well, they're probably going to call a hold. 30-second technical. When you wrap and don't get it, and your stick stays in there, you can't get it back out, you're impeding the guy with your stick.
Fennell. See if we can see it on the replay.
See right there, number 20's got his hand on his back, which is a foul right there. That's a hold right there, and you put your free hand on his back.
So Scott Bulkley gets called for it.
Now it'll be interesting. Duke may not do anything. They may just pass this ball around.
So they have the extra man situation.
30 seconds. I think they'll take the play, though. They'll work their play.
Harrison to Ganella. 16 seconds left on the extra man. 5 minutes left in the game. Out to Harrison. Now Allen will, no, he's not going to take it. They work it right in close. Bay's shot is blocked.
Rocco got that somehow. Somehow he got a piece of it.
Credit to him. It's back to even strength.
Now, Steve Stryver's got almost 2 kids playing him for Duke. There's nobody to throw the ball to.
And Scott Allen once again feisty. They scramble for the ground ball, and coming up with Scott Harrison. He spins around. Now outlet for Ganella is lost, but Matt Oglesby catches D'Andrea out of goal, but D'Andrea collects it. And now Carolina struggling on the clear. Steve Schreiber knocked to the turf. And now we have a whistle and a flag.
Well, I don't know. I thought maybe he turned, but they're going to call maybe a push from the rear with possession. It won't be popular, but Duke shouldn't complain too badly with this lead.
But it did put Mike Pressler off the sideline like a rocket when he saw it. That was Ross Moscatelli who knocked Steve Schreiber down.
When a guy turns, though, and you make contact with him and he's turning away from you, so they usually don't call that as a foul. But the guy that called it is a Duke graduate, so they can't feel too badly about that.
Little known fact, 4:19 left in the fourth quarter of play. And certainly Duke doesn't have much to feel badly about, leading 13-5 and on the verge of their first ACC title since 1954. Jason Wade with the ball for the Tar Heels. Brendan Carey. Tar Heels working around. They get it in close and headline.
And Duke got a piece of it. I mean, I can't tell you how important that is on man down. Have your defenseman get pieces of passes because that just disrupts the whole play.
Now, 4 minutes left, 15 seconds on the extra man. Brendan Carey back to Spencer Deering.
North Carolina cuts to a 1-4, and they bypass and try and get it out to Jason Wade, who's a shooter. But Duke, I think, has successfully saved off this penalty.
1 second, teams at even strength. Ball squibs into the North Carolina box. Now Rocco D'Andrea has to defend himself. He can. It's into that a goal for James Heavey. And now Rocco D'Andrea is after James Heavey.
I don't understand this at all.
Another flag is thrown.
I don't understand what in the world's going on with Rocco. I think he may have just snapped, Dave, and lost it. He's frustrated. I don't know why he didn't play that ball.
14-5, James Heavey is able to finish it. And there's more to come.
Now, Rocco doesn't play the ball. He plays the man, and the Duke boy just picks up and dumps it in the open goal, and for some reason, Rocco goes after him. I mean, I don't understand that.
You see Heavey scoop it up.
I mean, Heavey's doing what he's supposed to do. Right now, this is what you don't want to see in any sporting event. And, you know, the officials have every right to throw him out of the game now.
Let's see what the result of all this is.
Well, I think they're going to call him either unsportsmanlike or unnecessary roughness.
So 2 minutes for unsportsmanlike conduct is what he gets. And we're looking at Brooks Brown, who'll have to come in a goal. 3:41 left in the game.
In Rocco's defense, the goalkeeper position, you get all the credit, you get all the blame. He has not had a good day. Duke has played great. I think that he wanted to make contact with the Duke kid and take out some of his frustration.
Duke Blue Devils, John Fay. So 2 minutes. Brooks Brown in goal. Now for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Scott Harrison. And I think, indeed, we're about to witness Duke get their first ACC title since 1954.
Well, Duke has earned this. Give Duke all the credit. They played great against Virginia on Friday night. They have played great here. North Carolina has not played very well, and Duke has not let them get back in it.
To point out, Duke beating Virginia, the number 2 ranked team in the nation on Friday, 17-10.
Right, now, the officials have warned Duke for stalling, Dave, which you don't see very much.
Well, Harrison quickly got a shot off shortly after that warning. So that's what you were talking about earlier on.
They have not made an attempt to do the goal, so the officials have given them the keep it in call. But at this point in the game, it really doesn't mean anything. There's not enough time left now.
The Blue Devils. Ross Moscatelli, maybe he'll take a shot from out there. More discretion than that. Now an opportunity.
Oh, great save by Brooks Brown. Great save.
The sophomore from Bethesda just checks into the game.
What a great play.
Big save.
I mean, I know that Brooks was nervous. He's in the game for the penalty situation. To make a save, particularly against a shooter like that.
Merrill Turnbull.
Look at this.
Gets a stick checked away. Nice work on the defense on the part of Mark Allen. And we have a flag.
Now Duke is, North Carolina's drawn a foul.
Kyle Durkee was coming through the middle. 2 minutes left. March Durkee
Now Kyle's just going to the goal, and he draws a hook right there, and then draws a, they could have called a couple things.
Mark Allen, the second player for Duke, but Jim Ganella gets called for the...
and they call a hold.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at the replay, it looks like they could call, like, you know, homicide, and it's like a technical foul.
At the same time, yes.
That was, sometimes you say that was a hold. It looked like he tried to kill him.
Well, it seems like once the initial infraction happens, everything unravels. So the Duke Blue Devils sensing victory, the North Carolina Tar Heels.
Well, I would hope that North Carolina is going to realize Duke has played great. I mean, they're frustrated, but Duke has had a wonderful game.
Jason Wade with an opportunity for the Tar Heels. Both these teams, though, hoping to get in the NCAA tournament.
Well, you know, it's all even, Dave, because Rocco's penalty was non-releasable. He cannot be released. So it's 5-on-5.
Minute 44 left of the contest. Let's see if Kyle Durkee can do something. He's shut down, fired. Crisp shot. It'll be North Carolina possession. On the restart. You know, the Tar Heels would like to get one back here. Shut out in this fourth quarter after a strong third quarter. Alex Witt comes up with it. Nice interception on the part of John Fox. Nice work on the part of Jude Collins. He's a fun player to watch.
He's a real good player. He is really a fine player.
So, the North Carolina Tar Heels were the win over Maryland 14-9 on Friday to advance to the final of the ACC. They were going after their 8th straight ACC title this afternoon. Impressive record. Jason Wade with the shot. Joe Kermser comes up with a save.
And he was right on it, stick side.
But in a conference,
didn't give him any problem. Duke getting a little fancy here.
And John Fox once again. And a conference as competitive as the ACC, you had to believe that one day North Carolina's an ACC title is going to end.
I think for sure. I mean, everyone was talking about, oh, North Carolina had never lost a game in the tournament. That's going to happen. There are just too many good teams with Duke and Maryland and Virginia. Brooks Brown making a good catch in the pass, Brooks.
23 seconds left in the contest.
That's a good job for him.
And the Duke fans, of course, these two teams just miles apart, already on their feet here, cheering. And there's a goal for Maryland's Turnbull. With 14 seconds left, and it's only a player of his caliber. Nice to see him at least enter the score sheet in this ACC final, but he paid for that one.
Merrill did pay for it, but when you're that close to the goal and you're shooting the ball, attackmen are going to take punishment.
So the Duke Blue Devils,
I think someone comes across right here and just makes contact with Merrill. I don't think it was deliberate, but may have knocked the wind at him a little bit.
Nice feed from Jason Sanders. There's Turnbull.
May have just knocked the wind at him a little bit. He could have done something worse than that, number 24 for Duke Whitten.
14-6, Duke leads North Carolina, and you look back at this game, North Carolina 1-0 lead, but from that point, Duke seemed to just take control, and really, they did not allow North Carolina much space at all on offense.
Duke took a timeout because they had too many guys on the field, but Duke has played great. I'm telling you, they played great. Friday night against a really talented Virginia team. They have played with intensity today. They never let North Carolina get in it. I don't think North Carolina came out like Duke came out, but Duke did not step back one time today.
All right, it's all part of the excitement of championship spring, and I want to make sure you join us on Sunday the 7th of May for the ACC Spring Championship Special. We're going to have highlights of all the spring tournaments, including men's and women's golf, tennis, and softball. It's Sunday, May 7th at 12 o'clock. Set your VCRs and check your local listings for the channel information. Well, 14 ticks of the clock, and the Duke Blue Devils can start their celebration. It's 1954 was the last time they had the ACC Lacrosse title.
Dave, what's tough here in Chapel Hill is I think that the Duke women's soccer team came down here this fall and beat our girls in soccer. There's such a rivalry between these two schools that are so close together. Duke has earned this game, and they've beaten North Carolina on their home field at Fetzer Field, so it'll be a lot sweeter for them. It's a great victory. They have not beaten North Carolina very much over the years.
And Durham, of course, just up the road from Chapel Hill. We are in Chapel Hill. Duke from Durham, North Carolina on the face-off. 7 seconds left. The Blue Devil players ready to celebrate. The ticks of the clock, 2, 1, and indeed, the Duke Blue Devils are the 1995 ACC Lacrosse champions. They do it with a 14-6 win over the North Carolina Tar Heels and a well-deserved celebration.
Dave, we said before the game that Joe Kermser was going to be a key, and he certainly was a key, and so was Scott Harrison facing off for him. He really prevented North Carolina from getting a bunch of stuff on the face-offs, and Rocco D'Andrea, although a lot of these shots were great shots by Duke, North Carolina just did not come with the same kind of intensity that Duke had.
Duke the champions, the final. The Blue Devils defeated the North Carolina Tar Heels 14-6. We're coming back to Chapel Hill.
You gotta see Orioles opening day, Wednesday on WV50. The O's take on the Royals. We get the pitching and the power pennants are made of. We got Cal, who's only 122 games from being baseball's all-time Iron Man. The Royals got what's left over from their fire sale. They got some major league question marks. Hey, this kind of stuff only happens once a year. And Orioles opening day happens Wednesday afternoon at 2 on WV50.
Win for the playoffs. It's must win against the Rangers. It's must win at the Garden. Get set for the Cats and the Rangers. Monday night at 7:30, only on HTS.
Go Cats, go!
There are so many obstacles in the way, and there's always an excuse to quit. It's too hard, too much pressure. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I was determined to succeed. If it wasn't basketball, it would be something else. I wanted to do something with my life. And let's face it, if you don't have your high school diploma, you don't have a shot. Stay in school. It's your best move.
The 1996 Olympics, the next worldwide gathering in soccer. We'll find out who is the best. Now you know everything there is to know with HTS Soccer 96. The favorites, the dark horses, the big wins, the huge upsets, anywhere, everywhere. And you'll find out from the guys who know. This is HTS Soccer 96. Every Wednesday at 6 p.m. exclusively on HTS.
Ross Buscatelli and James Heavey each had 3 goals, and the Duke Blue Devils win their first ACC Lacrosse title since 1954. The final this afternoon from Fetzer Field, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The Duke Blue Devils 14, the North Carolina Tar Heels 6. For Willie Scroggs, I'm Dave Johnson. Thanks for joining us on the 1995 ACC Lacrosse Championship.
Waste in this country, hundreds of different chemical substances, and proper disposal is expensive. It's no wonder there are people scrambling to dump it wherever they can. Here's a fact. Consider this. Every year, 185 million gallons of motor oil are dumped illegally. And that's more than 16 times the amount of oil spilled by the Exxon Valdez every year. And as you're about to see, oil is just the beginning. He looks like any other driver sitting in rush hour traffic, but this man has a deadly mission. He's a modern outlaw carrying what he's been told is a kind of ecological bomb, which he's going to drop somewhere, maybe in your backyard. A chemical so toxic it could paralyze or kill on contact. And it won't be the first time he's done it. Here is that same man a few months earlier picking up other deadly barrels to dump, 9 of them.
Oh, shoot, I shouldn't have been touching barrels. That's awesome. I'll take care of that. It doesn't look like anything's leaking. No, I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about is fingerprints.
He dumps those barrels behind a restaurant near a busy shopping center, apparently unconcerned about the young child playing nearby. So, several months later, when the man whose name is Dave Davenport comes back for the second bigger load, We're there with hidden cameras, waiting.
So here we are in the warehouse where Dave Davenport is about to arrive. He's coming to pick up 2 tanks, about 500 gallons of what he's been told is hazardous waste. Even says it on the sticker. He doesn't know, in fact, that this is just water with a fluorescent additive, which means if he decides to dump this in the dark, it's going to show up at night. And with the help of some strategically placed rags, there's even an unpleasant smell in the area, another sign, of course, of the hazardous waste. So he's due here in about 7 minutes. We'll see what happens.
LA240 Charlie.
We watched Davenport's arrival from a van with Rick Beasler of the Duval County State Attorney's Office. Make no mistake, Davenport knew what he was doing. Before he started pumping, he went straight to the warning labels to read what was inside.
Reading the hazardous waste sticker.
Oh, right, he is.
The warning label says the content is toluene, a highly toxic chemical used in making explosives. The kind of toxin that must be handled with extreme care.
Oh my God.
Gee.
He sprayed it all over the place.
Been a lot of exposure there.
It's funny because we knew it was only water. But what if it had been real toluene? This Florida company used to dispose of toluene illegally in its trash dumpsters. Then one day, these 2 9-year-old boys began rummaging in the dumpsters. The fumes from the toluene killed them both. Back in the warehouse, Davenport is ready to drive off with the liquid labeled as toluene.
That's what I like, a wallet full of little bitty bills. Is that what you like, man? 4, 5. How much you paying him?
It would have cost several $1,000s to dispose of this legally. Davenport charged just $550, not knowing that the businessmen paying him were undercover police.
It's gone, man. It's gone. You don't have to worry about it ever again. All right. No thought about it.
SA3 to all units. The truck is pulling out now. He's moving now.
So where is he going to dump this toxic bomb? We follow him as he makes his way up and down residential neighborhoods, finally driving past this junior high school. He pulls into the woods nearby, and for about an hour sits in the same spot, we suspect emptying his cargo. When Davenport pulls out,
Going northbound on Washington.
we pull in.
His tracks are over here. Bingo!
Sure enough, here it is. The ground is wet everywhere around here, and there's even a little bit of foam left here on the ground. As I figure it, we're about, 200 yards from that junior high school we passed, and just a few feet from a walk where it seems people come all the time.
How hard was it to find people who were dumping illegally?
We were surprised at how easy it really was.
Investigator Beasler says there's so much illegal dumping all around the nation. Some places have a virtual chemical stew cooking below the surface. Some of the chemicals so potent that 1 part per billion is enough to render drinking water unsafe. That's why he had his undercover agents put out word on the street that they were businessmen with some dangerous material to unload.
And that thing on the bottle says eat flesh, bone, toxic, metal.
Davenport wasn't the only one leaping at the bait.
And so I'm just going to take it to my house and just leave it. Me and my daddy going to pick it up. I'm done.
And Florida is not alone. In Dallas, Texas, police raid a company which not only stored poisons illegally, but poured contaminated water down the toilet. And in Louisiana, the Coast Guard is using night vision cameras for surveillance to detect midnight dumping off barges into the bayous. And in Syracuse, New York, police find 7 drums of deadly chemicals in a field and a body nearby, the dumper, who was overcome by the fumes and died. And it turns out that anybody's backyard can be a dumper's opportunity.
I mean, I bought this house because of the property.
Denise Circus put her dreams and her savings into this expensive home overlooking Los Angeles. Then one day she opened her door and found investigators with digging equipment wearing protective gear. They wanted to follow up on a tip that construction waste had been illegally buried in her backyard. They proceeded to unearth more than 30 containers of dangerous chemicals, just a few feet from where her 8-year-old son Jesse plays all the time.
Would it ever have occurred to you that anything like this could happen?
Never. Even when they called, I just thought I was on candid camera.
It is a kind of wild, wild west of waste disposal.
Absolutely. It's gotten worse and worse. As enforcement has gone down, you've got more of the waste going to the quick buck artists and less going to legitimate businessmen.
The Environmental Protection Agency's Hugh Kaufman says illegal dumping is one of the fastest growing cottage industries in America.
The waste disposal business is second only to drugs in terms of return on investment. So illegal operators, quick buck artists are attracted to this business.
And as with drugs, there are small operators and bigger ones. Consider the case of AA Septic in Jacksonville, Florida. We decided to follow their trucks as they pulled out of the company at sunrise each morning to pump out septic tanks and then take the sewage to the designated treatment facility where they pay a treatment fee of about $140 per truckload. But by early afternoon, we noticed something peculiar. The trucks were simply backing up to the edge of AA's property line and dumping their raw sewage into a drainage ditch there. As much as 4,400 gallons out of a single truck.
The amount of money they save is staggering, and it gives them an economic advantage over their competitors who are doing it lawfully.
But was it a fluke what we saw at AA Septic that one day? To be sure, we went back a second day. Once again, raw sewage and other chemicals flowing freely onto neighboring property. Laboratory tests suggested high levels of bacteria and viruses. And raw sewage like this can incubate hepatitis and other diseases like TB. So it's third world potential for disease right in the backyard of someone there.
All for the pursuit of the mighty buck.
Mr. Joyner? We decided to catch up with the manager of AA Septic, Wayne Joyner, and see what he'd say.
I wanted to talk to you, if I could, about the dumping that has been going on in the back of your property. Sewage with a lot of bacteria in it. Some industrial waste in the back of your property.
Well, I know that.
Got tape of it. I'd like to show you because we followed some of your trucks. See, this is your truck dumping in the back of your property.
You need to put that camera down, Bubba.
Sir, it's been going on for months and months and months.
I know nothing about it.
Contaminated that whole back area right near a residential property?
But I don't know anything about it.
Well, they say you did. The people who work for you say you did.
But I don't.
7 days later, Joyner turned himself in for arrest. His company has shut down, and if convicted, he'll have to pay to clean up the mess. But did you know that if someone unloads a toxic hot potato in your yard and is not caught, you have to pay to get rid of it? Remember those 9 barrels dumped illegally behind that restaurant? They could have cost that restaurant owner $22,000 to remove.
But if you're talking about trouble on a big scale, come here. I'm at the Torres Martinez Indian Reservation at the foot of the Santa Rosa Mountains out here in the desert. Standing next to another mountain, this one of sludge, 500,000 tons of it, most of it from human waste. And believe me, it is an orphan. No one claims guardianship, no one takes responsibility.
Imagine waking up one morning and discovering next door a pile of treated sewage as tall as a 5-story building, as long as a city block. Just because your neighbor walked through the loopholes of the environmental laws and invited dumpers in to make some money. This is that neighbor. His name is Vincent Ibanez.
Looking at your shirt, one with the earth. You know, there are members of the tribe who would say that this is not one with the earth.
That's not true, really, because, you know, all that stuff did come from the earth itself.
Because state regulations don't apply to Indian reservations, they're a magnet for dumpers, including the company that hauled in that 500,000 tons of sewage sludge. The company, Chino Corona, claimed it was going to recycle all the sludge, but they didn't. Instead, they declared bankruptcy and walked away, and refused all questions from our ABC affiliate, KGTV.
Oh, they didn't say those guys. You're lying. Well, Mr. Bonham, give us a minute. Just a couple questions.
Thanks to Chino Corona, the $14 million tab for removal of the sludge may fall to us, the taxpayers. Meanwhile, Ibanez continued to make money letting other dumpers come in. Day and night, even when there was a suffocating fire on the mound. We estimate as many as 100 trucks in 24 hours.
No sludge on Indian land!
Tribal leaders passed resolutions but couldn't stop them. Even though the owner of the catfish farm next to the dump site says in the pond closest to the site, more than half of the fish have died. And even though Teresa Razan, who used to live a quarter of a mile from the site, says her 4 children developed breathing problems and sores that wouldn't heal. And when she took them to a doctor,
they took blood tests, and he said he had a high count bacteria, and they weren't healing because of the bacteria that was in their bodies.
a lab analysis from that time indicates that some of the sludge arriving at the site did have high levels of bacteria. The companies still working at the site say the sludge is perfectly harmless, but we noticed when we visited undercover, their men are wearing protective clothing. We asked them why.
Let me tell you something. That material right there, I will not go over and pick it up and put it in my hand.
So Primetime decided to go to Washington to see why no one had stopped Ibanez from letting dumpers dump with no permits. First, James Duffy of the Interior Department.
So what is the one-sentence answer for why it's taking so long?
Yeah, that's what I was afraid you were going to ask, because I don't think there's a good one-sentence answer for it.
And this is Felicia Marcus of the EPA. She says the dump site fell into a gap in federal regulation.
Isn't this sort of every voter's nightmare about government bureaucracy?
It's every bureaucrat's nightmare of government bureaucracy.
But finally, a few days after our interviews, a court order was issued for Ibanez and his dumpers to stop the dumping and come to court to face a Justice Department nuisance and trespass complaint. Meanwhile, back in Florida, the Duval County sting netted 18 arrests. State Attorney Harry Shorstein says a little enforcement will go a long way.
There are people out there contemplating committing this type of crime that won't, only if they know that there is a criminal sanction to pay.
Davenport, I'm Diane Sawyer.
And before we left this story, we caught up with the man you saw at the top of our report, Dave Davenport.
Fine. How much you paying him?
It was just after he had dumped what he was told was deadly toluene near a neighborhood school.
I want to talk to you a bit about that tank and what you've had in that tank. Hazardous waste?
No, ma'am.
No? You didn't pick up some hazardous waste for there?
No, ma'am.
Didn't dump it anywhere around here?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Davenport, come on. We know what happened. You know, kids were playing back there. That was near a school.
Davenport was arrested that same day. He pled guilty, but said he thought the tank was just antifreeze. Though he told us there's only one lesson in all this. Don't do it.
A couple of notes now. All the materials you've seen in our report can be safely and legally disposed of or recycled. Some sludge, for example, properly treated and processed, can be used for landscaping. And a final note about some of the people you saw in our story.
Remember Vincent Ibanez, the man with a 500,000-ton mountain of sewage sludge on his land? We were struck by how firmly he told us he'd washed his hands of China Corona, the company that made the mess and then declared bankruptcy.
No role at all.
No role at all. I think they're crooks.
So we did some checking. It turns out Ibanez stayed on the Chino Corona payroll well after the bankruptcy. And one of those men he called crooks is even today listed as a major partner in the Ibanez operation. And even though taxpayers may have to clean up the mound they left behind, we found some of Chino Corona's executives back in their old offices managing a new company with a sludge composting operation and driving fancy new cars.
We'll be right back.
Coming up, it's an emotional world rarely seen. A cop in trouble.
Death becomes intoxicating. It's your way out of this disgusting world of pain.
But first, how much daily television can make your kids smarter? A, 1 hour. B, 2 hours. Or C, none at all. The surprising answer when Primetime continues.
There are cars known for their luxury. And there are cars known for their technology. Now there's a car with the perfect balance of both. The all-new Lincoln Continental with the V8 Intech system. The perfect balance of luxury and technology.
Critics call Boys on the Side a comedy of wit and wisdom that can make you cry.
Hello?
It soars and belongs at the top of your list. A stirring celebration of friendship.
Everyone go potty! We don't want to have to stop! I went.
Entertaining and inspiring. It will touch your heart and tickle your funny bone. Whoopi Goldberg, Mary Louise Parker, Drew Barrymore. Boys on the Side. Rated R. Now playing at a theater near you.
I got a new prescription for that abscess tooth, and this is for that rash that wouldn't go away. And I'm taking allergy pills so I can keep my cat. Meow.
With the CVS RX 2000 computer, our pharmacist can give you a personal medication profile with every prescription. It explains things like side effects and even what to do if you miss a dose. What do I do if I miss a dose?
You want a coffee? Oh, let me see. Yeah, I can have one.
If you're looking for prescription information in writing, CVS has just what you're looking for.
A crime wave's hitting Thursday.
Somebody wanted me on that boat.
Someone's out for revenge on Ben.
I got a lot of enemies.
All new Matlock. Then, is Tony guilty of sexual harassment?
He tried to undress me.
Starring Michael Chiklis and Tracy Scoggins.
I did not come on to her.
All new commish after Matlock Thursday here on ABC.
America's new Queen of the Ice will be crowned in the ladies' final of the State Farm U.S. Figure Skating Championships, Saturday night on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Prime Time continues. Now from Washington, Sam Donaldson.
We received a tremendous response to our story 2 weeks ago on the development of the human brain. We reported that television may affect a child's brain differently than when a child is interacting with another person. So many of you wanted to know more that we asked Dr. Nancy Snyderman of Good Morning America to take a look at the latest startling evidence that TV can actually help your child learn.
Hey, Mom, I can count to 10. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She was like, oh, we're doing that. I'm like, oh, I watch Sesame Street.
In the average American home with children, the TV is on nearly 60 hours a week or 8.5 hours a day.
If my mom says, okay, after this show, I don't want you watching any more television, then I just get sort of sucked in and I keep watching and watching and watching.
It's not that television's bad. It's just that our children watch a lot of bad television.
Over the last 20 years, Dr. Milton Chen has worked for some of public television's most popular children's shows and has authored the book, The Smart Parent's Guide to Kids TV, with one purpose in mind.
When I got to be a parent, it was like the door slammed shut. We would talk about, gee, what's little Billy going to be doing this weekend? Are they going to go to soccer practice? What school are we going to? Who's the teacher? But yet this activity of television, which accounts for more of our children's lives than any of that put together, was never talked about. It's almost like a taboo topic amongst parents. And I discovered that parents have a lot of guilt about television.
With good reason. Television's been called the idiot box, a wasteland, an electronic babysitter blamed for slowing development, learning, and creativity. It may even make our kids aggressive, even causing anxiety and fear.
I think it's going to happen to us sometimes, like when they have fires. We never had one at our house, but sometimes I think a fire would burn down our house.
When I was a child growing up with television, there were only 3 networks and only so much programming. But now with cable and satellite dishes, the options are almost limitless. And that's the problem. By the time a child graduates from high school, he or she will have already watched over 18,000 hours of television. Compare that to only 13,000 hours spent in school. So does that make television educational, entertainment, or a surrogate parent?
Television has been called the plug-in drug. It's been attacked for stunting our children's brains. But again, there are programs that can help our children learn, become cognitively active.
Chen says rule number 1, TV is actually a valuable tool, that our children can learn better, their creativity can increase, that used properly, television can make your child smarter. So what is happening to a child's brain while watching television? Scientists still have many questions, but there are new findings that contradict the widely held belief that the brain is passive during viewing. Studies show that brainwave patterns while watching TV are quite similar to those patterns that occur during other waking state activities. So your child's brain is in fact processing what it sees on the set, which leads us to rule number 2.
To paraphrase that phrase, it's the content, stupid. I do think that television carries messages, and as parents, we need to wake up and see that our kids are learning from TV all the time.
So how does a parent decide what a child should watch?
Here's one test that I think parents should apply. Would you allow a stranger to come into your home and teach your children to kick and to hit and to buy certain products?
Of course not.
We do that all the time with our kids because we let television do that.
And the message is clear. In an average hour of children's programming, there are 26 acts of violence. But there are things other than violence to be worried about as well.
Let's tape him to the floor and drool on him.
I have great concerns about Beavis and Butthead and about MTV, the kind of mean-spiritedness, the cynicism, the sexism in music videos.
So what shows on TV are good for our kids? Chen suggests the following shows for 2 to 5-year-olds: Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and Barney and Friends. For 6 to 12-year-olds, Ghost Rider, The Wild Side, and The Magic School Bus. It's not only shows on PBS and cable. On commercial television, he suggests Beakman's World, Crow, Bill Nye the Science Guy. It's important for parents to monitor their viewing because children, he says, are wired to learn. They don't distinguish between education and entertainment.
Use the VCR to see that the VCR is now a video printing press in our own living rooms. It's a way of freeing ourselves from the broadcast schedules, recording some videos in advance and keeping them in a home video library so that when we have to be washing the dishes or doing the clothes or paying the bills, doing all those things that parents have to do, we can make sure that there's quality programming for our kids using the VCR.
What do you think they're trying to tell you in this?
Talk to your kids about what they're watching. Be involved, be interested, and watch with them.
More talking about television would be much to our children's benefit. If we could ask our kids, what did you learn from that program? What didn't you understand from that program? If our children are interested in learning about whales or about African elephants, after they've watched a National Geographic special about those topics, we can go find books that are related to them.
Chen believes that the learning should continue after the television is turned off. He calls it the web of learning. Spark the child's interest through watching, encourage that interest with books or drawing, then take an outing to learn more about something your child has seen on TV. Which brings us to rule number 3, the most important of all. Television viewing should be limited to 2 hours a day or less.
I like this notion of creating a family TV diet, that it's okay to have a little snack, a little downtime, a little dessert, something for fun. But in a family TV diet, the main course should be nutritious. It should be something that helps our children learn, grow, develop, and then it's okay to have a little snack or dessert, but often the snack or dessert becomes the main course.
One key to gaining that control lies in making TV viewing a choice, not a habit. Remember that in the average American home, the television is on 8.5 hours a day. That's too much.
You suggest that families, in fact, chart what they watch. What do most families find when they do that?
Most families find that they watch a lot more television than they think they do. People tend to underestimate their TV viewing, and that's why it's very helpful to look at the entire picture, try to create a TV diary as really the first